Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, all right. Good morning, everybody. Or, well, good afternoon for me. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing all right? How are you guys doing? Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for allowing me to have a long weekend. I do appreciate it. This week's going to be a little bit different, guys, for the people that haven't seen it or the people that haven't heard. This week's going to be a little bit different. There's not going to be Kerbal this week. The reason why, okay? The reason why I'm not doing KSP this week is because I need to finish this. If you notice, it's missing some parts, like the front wheels, but don't worry, we'll fix that. We need to finish the 59. So I am going to thrash this week. I'm going to thrash. We're going to get all this stuff done. Okay? I have my lists here, and I'll show the lists in a second. But I also need Friday off this week for more wedding stuff. So we need to, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is going to be all truck stuff. Don't get me wrong. You can still ask questions about space. You can still ask questions about Kerbal. Everything's all good. But, I'm just going to go straight out into the garage, and we're going to roll from there. Oh, wait. What's this? Quick random thing. Since SpaceX is dropping the landing zones and want to do more landing zones with crew launches, what if they do something like that instead? That would work. Quick edit. Thomas, I don't see why that wouldn't work. That'd be pretty cool. Looks good to me. Anyway, we're going to go over to the garage stream, and we will roll from there. Let me get the music on in the background. There we go. Small background music. All right, stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Okay. Do we have acquisition of signal from the office? Yeah? We have AOS from here. How's the sync, dude? Is everything good? Music is a bit loud. Okay, cool. I will fix that right now. Right meow. Oh yeah, the music came up loud for sure. Let me just turn that down. There we go. That might be a little bit too low. There we go. Actually, let's go down a little bit more. That's fine. That should be good. Music is a tad loud to compare, but I got perfect sync. Meow, yeah, I'm saying meow. All right, so, hey, thank you for the sub, Buck. Appreciate it. All right, so, we're just going to thrash. Weird Bostonian noises are too loud now. Okay, so here, we got the list. Got the big list right here. I got a lot of stuff that I need to get done. Anything from starter motor wiring, ignition wires, brake lines, motor mount welding. We got to finally bust the welder out. That's going to be fun. A lot of alignment, a lot of just cleaning a lot of stuff up. The whole idea is to get this done. To get this done, other camera. To get this done by Thursday. I need this thing running and driving by Thursday so we can do shakedown cruises with it. I got to make sure that the wheel doesn't fall off, for instance. I had a bad experience once. I'm sure some of you know. So, 42. Oh, option 42? Let me see. What's option 42? Geek is a smelly butthole. Yeah, he was giving me crap about the, this the other day. But, unfortunately for Geek, because, you know, he's not here, I did call in some help. And, yeah, I think, you know, I did call in some help. I called in some reinforcements, so we should be able to get all this stuff done. Guess what? I lied. It actually is Geek. Come here for a second, buddy. I'm going to need some help with this.
I hear that there's something needs to be done around here.
Yeah.
Parts keep falling off, or the front, or something.
Well, the front fell off.
Yeah. Well, but it fell off.
Yeah, we got to fix that. So, guys, actually, yeah, no, I was just kidding. Geek is here to help me. Thank you very much for coming out, dude. Our schedules just kind of came together, and he has this week off, and I needed a week to thrash on the truck, so I got Geek with me. You know, fortunately, he'll be able to look over my stuff and be like, nope, that's dumb. That's not dumb. The wheel might fall off. That is dumb. You know, stuff like that. So,
well, last week when I saw that there was something that was only attached by 2 threads that was a major part of the vehicle, I'm like, I probably should help him a minute because I don't like the looks of that.
Dink wants me to add Geek to the title. All right. Oh. Well, I didn't want to.
Trying to not give the surprise away, huh?
Yep. 59 Ford Project Truck Thrash with Geek Nation. Collab of the century? Maybe. You son of a bitch. All right.
Now somebody take that and Photoshop it and put like a big explosion in there or something. And
all right. Just update the title. I wanted to keep you all on the ropes. Dies of cringe. Good. Good. All right. Okay. Hell yeah, it's Geek. Except anyone that was here on Saturday, we knew this was coming. What? All right, just be a buzzkill about it then, Dick.
Know, right?
Why don't you just go root for crappy baseball teams too? Oh, wait. Hey, you're in last too, all right? Shut up. Is that Geek I see? Yep. That's a lot of Red Bull. Yeah.
Yes, we are powered by this today.
Yep.
We had a very early morning flight.
Yep.
So caffeine will be fueling the Geek Nation today.
Yep. So Gagan, this is Geek Nation. So it's Geek Nation on Twitch as well. Mm-hmm. So Geek, he races with me in Friday Night Racing and Saturday Night Racing too. He does GTA. You'll probably know him from such elaborative statements as, oh, frick, or oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Just
yep. Those are all the hits.
Yep.
Yeah.
Building a drag truck, heck, honestly, dude, right now it's just get the thing running. Get the thing pretty much good to go. This thing doesn't need much, but it's always the last freaking 10% of any freaking project that always takes the longest. So that's why I called in some help. I need to get this thing running basically by the end of the week. You gotta up your dress. Geek is looking like a shop man. Looking the shop man part far better than you, I'm sorry to say.
Well, I figured if I look the part, then people may think that I know something. You know, that's not true, but you know, if you dress, you know how they always say you dress for the job that you want, you know, there you go.
I didn't know that, Dink. That's it, W. Yep. Geek does stream with me, and he does stream on Twitch too. He streams all the racing. So if you want another perspective from racing where you can make fun of me behind my back, go to his channel.
We do that, yes. We do that. I said do.
All right. Okay, so what are we thinking about doing here first? What do you want to do?
I think, stopping is important.
You want to do the brakes?
So maybe brakes.
Cool.
It's probably we got front brake lines.
Here, let me switch the cameras up.
Yeah. Boop. So we got front brake lines here. Front wheel bearing, front brakes. I'm guessing that's just in general front brakes.
Yeah, that was when I was just basically like, oh, I should once over them. I'm pretty sure they're good. Oops.
Yeah.
So we need to get the spindles off, or not the spindles off. We need to get the rotors off because we need to repack the wheel bearings too, and then we need to fix that disaster of a thread issue.
Oh yes. Yeah, that is actually that's number one priority is changing that hardware that has 2 threads on it.
Yep. The GM logo, no. Yeah, spoon. Yeah, you were there for that. So, yep. I actually went and bought the right tool for the job for brakes. We bought a line wrench, so that's good. So we'll actually be able to tighten this down correctly.
Yeah, those are very nice to have and saves you from stripping out.
Yeah, tell me about it.
The nuts on for
Okay.
the brakes. So,
dude, so let's get to it, man. Let's switch out the cameras and we'll let's start. You want to start with the right front? It's right here.
you want to do the closest to the master cylinder first, or the further away?
Well, we're gonna have to go look over the back, because if you're gonna bleed, you got to go from the back, right?
Right.
You have to go back, right,
But I'm
back,
saying,
left.
do you want to bend? You want to do the run the lines first, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, no, it's better if we start from the other side, because that's the side of the cylinder.
It's the closest.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. So we got plenty of extra brake line, guys. We got flaring tools. We got pretty much everything. Geek and I basically went and raided the parts store before this. So that should be good.
Get this out of here.
Yep. I'm just getting the camera angle set up, and we'll go to town.
Apologize for loud floor jack noises.
Yeah. All right, guys. So once again, we are in a thrash, man. Geek was nice enough to volunteer some of his time here.
Shout out to the Ewok.
Shout out to Ewok. That's right.
Mrs. Geek and Mama Geek are the reason why I was able to come up for a few days. So
yeah, man.
Shout out to them.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Ewok and Mrs. Geek.
All right. So use the shorter one for the side.
Just getting the cameras all set up. So I have lines in there, guys,
Yeah.
and they're kind of bad.
What's wrong with the ones you have?
The flares in them are no good.
They're
Leaking, and they touch the header. I made them before I made the header.
Oh,
So you see here, let me
Let me. You don't want to boil your brake fluid.
Yeah, that's probably bad. Flip over to the front cam. Actually, we'll go with the me cam here. So, guys, I did do lines when we worked on it back in 2020. I did do that. The lines are okay, but they're now, like, there's half-assing stuff, and then there's, getting it right, like, just enough for it to work. But I did make these before I put the exhaust in, which was kind of an idiotic mistake, because literally the brake line is touching the head. And as Geek was saying, boiling brake fluid, the thing that you need to stop, is probably not a good idea. So we're gonna have to go through, and it's also leaking right there. See that? That's no good. So we're gonna have to go through, and I'm thinking just redo the whole thing. Just redo the whole thing, get it right, and kind of roll from there. So that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm gonna put this camera down. We'll switch over to the top cam. That definitely doesn't look right. Max, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, this truck is heavy. It's probably north of 1,600 kilos for a light duty truck from the 50s. I call this fallout durable. Fallout durability, you know what I'm saying? So, did you figure out what you're leaking from the back? It's brake fluid because the lines aren't tight enough, Spoon. I got that one figured out. All the lines back there are brand new. They're just not tight enough. So, yeah, light duty. I know. So, we're going to get this thing all up and running. We're going to get it right. So, all right, let's get to it, my dude.
All right, so looking at this, I think we need to make a plan as to how we're going to run from the T to the passenger side.
All right.
Because you obviously have to make a 90 bend to go down under the engine.
Yeah.
But you don't want to 90 it towards the header like you have here.
Yeah, exactly.
So would you rather go behind or in front? Because that will kind of dictate how, like, if we can leave the T in the same place. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. Trying to get the camera in there so they can see too.
If we could leave the T in the same place, then we have a pattern for the driver's side brake line and coming from the master that we can base our bends off of.
Yeah.
But if we turn the T either back or forward, you know, I just don't know which way you want to go about trying to stay away from
So, I'm thinking, all right, let me just make sure I got the camera. So, let me zoom in. So I'm thinking instead of going left, right, we have the T facing forward. So this will come down into this one right here. And then we'll have one that goes forward like this, and it can go forward and down and under on the cross member. And then we have another one that basically snakes left, right, down to there like that.
Okay, well, just remember, if you're going to do an S bend here,
yeah, it's going to be tough, huh?
You don't have a whole lot of real estate to try and bend this without kinking it.
Okay, so maybe we'll take this and rotate it 90 degrees, so we go down and then down to the cross member.
I think down direction and this direction would be good, because like I said, we can use this same pattern for the brake line. We can use the one from the master, the same pattern.
Yep.
And then we just have to come from this, or from the bottom, because we're going down anyway.
Yep.
And then we just have to figure out how we're going to snake it over to the other side.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because I mean, this thing hitting the exhaust is no good. That, and I did this quick just so I could get it right. But that was when the exhaust manifolds were in there, not the headers.
Right. The only other thing I could think of is, if you don't want to go under the engine, is coming back along the firewall.
Yep.
And running it along the firewall, and then back over on this side. Then you don't have to worry about going under the engine. You know, if you do wind up taking it off road or something is sticking up, you don't have to worry about it catching or anything like that. If you have to take your oil pan off or anything, it won't be in the way.
Yeah.
You know, you can always run it back this way, across, and then up on the other end.
Yeah, what? Oh, we lost signal on the camera.
Oh.
Camera run out of batteries.
It was a voice from above.
Yeah.
It sounded like a Brimo.
Yeah, Brimo's talking to us.
She's the producer.
Yeah, this HDMI connection just kicked the bucket. Thank you, Bree. That's probably broken. We'll see if we get it back. You like the new style? We're off to a good start here. Does it work now? Yeah, there we go. Do you have a project for this car Or are you just doing something with it? Orbital X-Plate, I'm just trying to get this thing running. We're just trying to get it back on the road. Nah, it's good. Bremo can take care of it, Hibbit. Thank you. As soon as you started doing stuff, it went, oh, that's good. That's good. So we basically got to fucking
all the explanations.
So basically, long story short, dudes, if we look right there, the brake line is hitting the header. We gotta change that. We gotta change the way that tees off. And we're thinking, I mean, dude, we could go around the back, but there's not much room because this engine is not the engine that it came with. Mm-hmm. So there's not much clearance to the firewall. So now I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be paranoid about the cameras zonking out. And also I need to time myself out, I swore.
See, I thought it would have been me.
Yeah, no. It's me. Wasn't me. All right. Okay, so Gig, you think, around the back would probably be better. The only thing with around the back is because we don't have the clearance to the firewall. I'm wondering, like, if this brake line goes above the proportioning valve, do you think that's going to be a big deal? Do you think we have the clearance to fit it back there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Because you don't want to, that's asking for air bubbles. It wouldn't naturally bleed that way.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the best way to run this that it won't be in the way of something else.
Yep.
Because obviously you can't go around the front. You have your fan and everything else up there.
Yep.
So maybe back and then down. I don't know.
Yeah.
Usually brake lines are run along the firewall. That's the only reason why I had mentioned that.
Yeah. I know. That's
just
the way
to keep it away from heat and keep it out of the road of anything else like that.
Dude, as long as we stay near the valve covers back there, I don't see why it would be that big of an issue.
If we can go,
let me see.
'Cause it looks like there's probably enough room to go, like maybe right above the valve cover. That's still below the proportioning valve, and then come across somewhere in here.
Yeah, we can do that.
I don't know how much room is behind there.
There's not a lot of clearance back there, man.
It looks like you probably would be okay.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing on the firewall. You just have your air cleaner there.
Yeah, pretty much.
You take that air cleaner off, and probably would be able to run that right across, and then we can come down, and then out and in. Gonna take a little bit of bending, but
take that off.
Oh yeah, we got room back here.
Cool.
Just like right along this area in here, I think.
Yeah, just got to be careful. The throttle cable is there.
Right. Oh boy, you went a throttle. Is that a wire?
It's just a cable.
Oh boy.
Yep, just a cable. Thanks for the subs, dudes. Appreciate it. 2020, howdy. What's going on? Is everything in there brand new? Jens, that is a 302 from a 1979 F100. It's not exactly new. I dressed it up with a nice intake manifold, a better carburetor, better distributor, better coil, and some nice valve covers that say racing on it because race car. But that's about it. It's a bone stock engine. It has cast iron heads, cast iron block, 2-bolt mains. It's just a truck motor from the 70s. But it does look nice in there. I made it look nice. It's not, but it isn't anything special right now. Maybe later.
Very fancy.
Oh, so fancy. Yeah. Eric, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. If I put valve covers that say racing on it, it's going to go faster.
Oh, that's 5 horsepower per valve cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Because race car. Look at all those nice parts. Actually, okay, so there is kind of a technical explanation here. I have this Pro Billet distributor right here to eliminate the point system. The reason why I have a point system eliminated is because I have a 6AL ignition box. This is a multiple spark discharge unit. It basically makes the spark plugs fire twice. Every time the piston comes up, right, and the spark plug goes off, it goes off twice. It sends 2 pulses down it to get better. I'm gonna say, oh, to get better combustion and blah, blah. No, it gives you more of a complete explosion. It's just pulsing the spark plugs. That's what this thing does. It's an MSD 6AL ignition. MSD is multiple spark discharge. So I have the Pro Billet distributor to go with it. It makes it a little bit more reliable and gets you a little bit better fuel economy, just a little bit. I mean, not that I'm worried about this with this, but it makes it a little bit more reliable. And also the fuel line is.
I mean, it's not like you're going to drive across the country or something.
What?
Who would do something like that?
I know. Take an old pickup truck and drive it 3,000 miles?
Yeah, I mean,
come on, who would do that?
Seems like a strange thing to do.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb, don't you think? The wheel might fall off.
I don't think a wheel would fall off.
Yeah? No, you don't think so?
I don't think so. I mean, why would a wheel fall off?
Yeah, no, I know, right? Maybe some plywood burnouts or something,
Technician was absent on lug nut day. No, we don't think it was a lug nut.
Do I like Twizzlers 2020? I mean, yeah. All right. So, around the back, dude, I think we can do it. I'm down for it if you're down for it. So,
yeah, I think we just got to...
You want me to drain the master first, or?
If you disconnect it, will it leak, or is there a stop in it?
There might be a stop in there. I forget. I think it might go though.
Okay.
What I could do is I could get some of my other pre-bent and just have a line that goes up and out.
Yeah, just
because Archimedes principle.
Yeah.
I think I have something like that. I'm not sure if the fittings will work because it's for the cornet. Yeah. All right. So I'll get the line flare or the line bender out, and I have some unions too in case we need them. That's 3/16 though, so that's probably not going to work because we're at 5/16 here. 5/16 brake line. Okay, cool. Don't paint it and challenge a CTR or something fast in the street. Not with this thing, man. Maybe down the road when it runs. Let me see if I can. You know what we can do? I can use some of the old brake lines that we used on the rear end that I took out. Mm-hmm. I can use that, and we can bend the sucker up so it doesn't leak too much. I mean, it's gonna leak.
Yeah.
We just got to be careful because that stuff's corrosive as hell. It'll get the paint right off.
Yeah. You have a can or something that we can put under or a rag or something just to catch in anything that drips in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm on. All right, now I got to find where I put the dang old brake line that we took to get the here.
Oh yeah.
Where the heck
did we leave it in the truck?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't think we did, but maybe it was in the bag. So if it was in the bag, it'd be over here where I put the brake fluid. Why would it be here? I'll use another brake line. I don't care. So what we're trying to do, guys, is we're trying to put a brake line in there. Oops, sorry about that. We're trying to put a brake line in here, and we're gonna attach it. Well, actually, I mean, it's gonna leak anyway, so I don't know. What do you think? Just roll with it?
I just I don't want it to go everywhere.
Yeah.
You get your paint, all your nice paint that you did.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just gonna take yeah, we'll do it. I'll just take a brake line. This is a brake line that was hand bent on the back, on the rear end. I'm just gonna bend it so it's taller than the reservoirs on the master, so it doesn't leak. And then, I mean, how are we gonna mock from there though?
Well, once we get that off, then we can disconnect it from the T.
Yeah.
And then disconnect the driver's side.
Yeah.
And then we could bend them, flare them, and get them ready and put them back in.
Yep.
And then go from there.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Let me get that line wrench.
I just hope that this one long piece will be enough to get over there. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Yep. Well, if we have to go buy a union and do it, we gotta go buy a union, so.
Towels here just in case.
It's nice having a second set of hands, dude. Doing this without it would suck. Hey, you gotta turn the wrench first, idiot.
Yeah, I'll hold this.
All right, cool. Okay. Oh, of course it slipped out of my hand. Why wouldn't it? Here, go on the other side of the power steering line. Smells brakey. Brakey is your vocab word for the day. Chat.
Use it in a sentence.
Use it in a sentence. So now that we have a vent that's higher, this brake line goes, if you notice, it just kind of bent up and over. It's not gonna leak all the fluid out of the master. The reason why we don't want that, the reason why we're so worried about it is because, well, air in the lines is the opposite of what you want with brakes. Because, well, long story short, going back to 7th grade physics, right? Brake fluid is a liquid. Liquid's incompressible. Gas in the lines is compressible. We don't want that because that means when you go to step on the brakes, all you're gonna do is compress gas inside of the lines. If there's air in the lines, you're just gonna compress the air instead of stopping. We do not want that. So air in the lines and bubbles in here, anywhere in this is our enemy here. That's not what we want. So that's why we're teeing the thing off, and I put it on a line that's going higher than the reservoir because Archimedes principle. All right, 2020. Going back to sleep, keep in touch, bro. Just keep the brakies breaking. Yep. Hey, ARJ, 65 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You could situate the T at the back and mock the lines down there from there first, then connect master to T last. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna. Wearing my America hat? That's the Cleater hat. Ewok's here. I have a feeling that Geek and I are going to have to move to Boston now so we can have more EJ Garage streams.
I tell you what, it is very nice up here.
Yep.
You have beach and woods.
Yep. Yeah, Ewok. I mean, we'll show you in a little bit.
The only problem is it's probably colder than it is at home.
Actually,
in the winter.
Because we're near the oceans, it's not too bad.
Not so bad?
No, it's very mild.
Okay.
All right, so we undoing the T. I'm just gonna undo everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we need to get that the T
but
out
we're
there.
we're gonna leak whenever you disconnect there.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So you know what we do? Disconnect the bottoms first, right? If we disconnect the bottoms first, it'll drain. All of it'll drain out.
Yeah.
Or if we find a way to plug the top.
I would disconnect the passenger or the driver's side.
Yep.
And let it leak out there. Just shove that under.
Yep.
Under there.
All right. So what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm undoing the driver's side brake. This is where it goes to basically to a rubber hose. Oh, I'm gonna need a wrench. The rubber hose goes to the caliper. The reason why it goes from steel line to rubber line there is because the caliper is sprung weight, and you need it to pivot a little bit. What size? What size would that be? It's a little bit bigger. Let's try 3/4.
Yeah, Ewok, you got more than I did.
What's that?
She said she got about 5 hours of sleep. I said, yeah, she got more than I did.
Yeah.
I do have to say, though, it was amusing on the flight up. They needed some people moved towards the front of the plane for balance reasons. And so they were asking for volunteers. So, of course, I volunteered to get a nicer seat. and I was sitting next to a very nice Southern gentleman, and the seats that we were sitting in got complimentary coffee, water, or tea, or beer and wine. And the gentleman next to me kindly asked the flight attendant if it was too early for a Bloody Mary, and she obliged. So my seat pal said that he was starting the day off right. I was like, okay, buddy, good on ya.
That's awesome. That's pretty good, man. All right. So we got that off. Pretty much everything leaked out, but I don't think I got any on my nice paint. And now that I said that, I probably did, and I can't see it, which is fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just go over to the other side. I'm going to grab it.
Okay.
Grab the other side here. Okay. So we're gonna have to rebleed all this. I mean, one, because we have new lines, and two, we took this all apart. We basically depressed the system. As you guys know, turning this all into space news here. As you guys know, if you have air in the lines, your hydraulics don't work. Just like how Starship, where it ejected the hydraulic controller off the side, the thrust vector control systems just ceased to work after that. Funny how that works.
It's kind of, that was probably kind of an important part.
Yeah, it's just basically the steering wheel for the rocket.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. We don't need that.
I mean, it was pointing up. I mean, what else do you need?
Hey, that's what Tim says. Pointy end up. Hey, Admiral, 44 months. Thanks, buddy. So Geek got upgraded to first class. You don't need that. It's fine.
Not first class, but right behind first class.
Got that leg room, man.
Mm-hmm.
Big guys like us, we need that, man. I can't sit in a regular seat. Regular seat, my knees are touching the seat in front of me. Okay, so I'm gonna get that T-union out now.
Okay.
I got the freaking ashy
Got the stuff on you.
brake line fingers.
Yes. If you've ever had brake fluid on your hands, you know exactly what he's talking about.
Dude, even the guy at the auto parts store is like, I hate changing brakes, man. You get it on your fingers and it's just ashy and gross. I'm like, yeah.
It's like sand.
Yep. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. All right, dude. See if we can
You want me to
pivot
get
the
down?
cameras so we can
You want
see.
it from the top here?
Yeah. See if we can get at it from the top. Why not? Thanks for the sub.
Let me just hold it here.
Oh, that wasn't very tight. That might have been why it's frigging leaking. Probably had something to do with it. Okay, T-union is out. And then let me pull the other line up. Now I did make these out of stainless. I did kind of splurge a little bit, but it's okay. I mean, these will work in a pinch, but I if they're leaking, it's no good. Don't want that. All right, so everything is out there. These are nice fittings too. We can reuse these if we need to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I made this line very quickly, and it shows. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah. I kind of was like, I want to make it really, really nice, and then I got to this point and said, I hate doing this. So, a little bit of laziness on my part, but
It was at this point that he just made it work.
yeah. I was like, I got to make it look nice. I want to make it look like rocket engine pre-bent part, and then I got to here and I said, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
Probably, oh, mind you, it probably took, to get these first couple of bends, that probably took like a half hour to get like those first 3. And I was like, nah, you know what? I'm all right. Okay, cool. Let me get the tee out here.
If we had the tools that they use to bend that
Dude,
stuff,
I can only imagine the pre-bent jigs that they have. They're probably freaking mint.
well, they're probably all CNC mandrel bent.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, it's just a machine going.
Yeah, it's just a straight pipe, and they have a program that bends it, and it just feeds it through, and it comes out the other end bent exactly how they want it.
Yeah, right. Let's turn that back this way. All right, dude. Let me get the tee off here. Where did I put the other thing? Get the other wrench.
Yeah, you wanna put it in the vise.
Yeah, it's here. Oh, that's good. So let me, because I dropped the T-union. So the T-union is this. It's basically where it splits from, it's basically where this splits from, down from the master cylinder and distributes the pressure left and right to the brakes. I just dropped it, so now there's crap in it, and you don't want debris inside of the lines either. So I'm gonna clean this out.
Now, is that just a regular T? There's no valves or anything in it?
Just a
Okay, so we can turn it without worrying about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's no problem. All right. So I'm gonna spray some brake line or some brake cleaner. I'm gonna spray some brake cleaner into this. Just clean it up, and make sure there's no crap in it, because you don't want FOD in here, especially in the brakes. That's bad.
Because then you get no braking.
Yep. Once again, anything but brake fluid in the brake lines is very bad for braking. I know. Shocking revelation from your boy there. We're up on the high cam here, dude. Just thought I'd let you know. Sawyer says hi.
Hello.
Where's the brake bias now? Dude, we could put that in there. I mean, we have a pre-programmed proportioning valve, and by pre-programmed I mean there's one proportioning valve and you can't change it. But we do have one. Like, it's just not adjustable. Actually, having stuff in lines is great for braking, just not in the way that you think. Okay, that's fair. So what are you doing over there? Just getting the tag off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the way that they put these stickers on the brake line can be kind of a pain, because the flare nuts don't want to go over top of the sticker if you don't get it mostly off.
Yep.
It can be a pain.
So you're jelly that you can't be here? No, maybe I'll have you come up here and help me with the coronet, man.
So I think we should probably start off of the driver's side, do that bend first.
Yep.
Put the T in place, and then we can work off of that.
Sounds good, man.
I think that would be the optimal way, because we know with that one, the T is in the place where you want it.
Yep.
You know.
So we're gonna go around the horn with the passenger side?
Like I said, the only thing that I'm worried about is this piece not being long enough to bend.
Yeah.
Bend, bending around.
We could get a piece of string and measure if you want.
That may be a good idea, because I mean, you could get a compression fitting, but I don't like compression fittings in brakes if you can avoid it.
I'm with you on that one, dude.
Just the simple nature of it. you know, there could be a lot of pressure, and you don't want to rapidly lose pressure on your brakes.
Yeah, no, that's probably bad. Okay, dude, let's see what we got. So, here, grab that. I'll go grab a tape measure.
Yeah, you're the tall one here, so you're gonna have to
Yep.
do the reaching.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Oh, the tape measure's already out. Sweet. Okay, so let's get are we just getting an approximate here?
I mean, as long if we can just if we know that we have enough, then that's all that matters. It doesn't have to be exact. We just have to know that there's enough there to
cool
to do it. Oh man, this thing is a lot taller than I expected. So about there, you want to come over here, and then we'll
give it like an extra bit of slack just in case.
yeah,
right?
And then we just got to go down.
See, I cut those convenient access holes in there. See that?
Yeah,
Isn't that nice?
very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Okay, down to here, and then basically measure to the back.
So what we're doing, guys, is we're using a piece of string to kind of measure to make sure that we have enough brake line. If not, we're gonna have to go get more. But the string isn't exact. It's not an exact, like, it's not an exact method, but it's good enough to get the point across.
Okay, you go let it go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, this is just a very rough kind of guesstimate of the total length. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Let's do that. Nope, we're about 3 feet short. Looks like. We probably have enough brake line from this other piece. Once we make the driver's side and the drop from the proportioning valve, there's probably going to be enough there to do it.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to do
A union.
a compression union. Yeah. Which I don't love.
Yeah.
But
If you had some wire, you could mock up the length and the bends. Yeah. Actually, I have drop sealing wire. That might do, dude. It's not a bad idea.
yeah, we
Aqualux.
can try that.
Yeah, because that'll get us the bends and everything. Yeah, here. String works, but this works better. Here, let me.
While you're doing that, let's get this other piece, and then we can actually put the T in place.
Yep. My angle pliers. So once again, guys, if you haven't seen it, I have Geek Nation here, who's he races with me in the racing that we do on the weekends. He's helping me out getting this done because A, I got to get back to working on more space, and B, the truck is taking up a lot of my time, and B, and probably C, and probably D, Geek is nice enough to come and help me. I need to get this thing done. I want it ready for the summer so I can drive it around. So we had some time where our schedules kind of crossed and said, frick it, let's belt this out. So that's exactly what we're doing. We're in a thrash, dude. I want to get this done and like up and running so we could drive it out of here by the end of the week.
Need your tubing cutter.
Yes, sir. Of course, it's not where I put it, because that means I put it somewhere where it shouldn't be.
Oh, and you do have a little bender tool.
I know exactly what it is. I just got to find the stupid thing. Damn it. There's my G-clamps. There's tire stuff and a joint puller. Maybe it's in here. I hate not being organized. I hate it so much. Cotter pins, C-clips, tap and die. Air tools. This is where it should be, but you know, of course it's not. And that's a Pitman puller. It's in here.
Where was the last time you were making brake lines? 'Cause that's probably where it is.
Not here.
Not here.
Yeah. So that means it's
So
around.
it's back at your old house.
Oh God, I hope not. That would really suck. No, I'm pretty sure it's around. It's probably in a box somewhere, which is not ideal. But if I have to make a quick trip, I'll make a quick trip.
You did say about just buying another one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What we're looking for is whenever you're making brake lines, you want to use a special tubing cutter. You could use one like a plumbing one that you use for like cutting copper water line, but it basically is like a clamp that has a wheel that is sharpened to a point, and you clamp it on and roll it around and tighten it, roll it around and tighten it. That way it doesn't crush the line whenever you're cutting it, because if you just cut it with like a pair of snips or something like that, it'll actually crush the line, and you don't want that. You want to cut it so you're not actually crushing the tube, because you want brakey to work.
Yep. Funny thing is, I have two of them. Funnier part is, I have no idea where they are, which is, that's a good spot for them. I'm still trying to find everything in this freaking thing.
Yeah, people, you can metal tubing, you can pack with sand or a powder sometimes to do bends to keep the insides from crushing. It's nice to have one of these little bender tools that helps. They have little marks on them so you can bend to specific angles and things of that nature, but most of the time with brake lines, unless you're trying to be super precise, they kind of just wind up looking like the ones that EJ did before.
Yeah.
Because they always start off with good intentions, and then it's like, man, I've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
I really need to get these done.
You get to the point where you're just like, meh, nope. Kind of over it, like. Now we're looking through bags of crap here. I still have to sort through.
There's a PEX cutter. I think that will do the job.
No. It's a nice wheel cylinder in here. All right. Game time decision. I'm just gonna go grab one. Geek, can you hold down the fort?
Sure, if you'd like me to, or we can move on and do something else and do these tomorrow. So
Yeah, that's
whatever you
fine.
want to do. I mean, they got to get done regardless. So,
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
We
I
could-
bet you if we go and work on something else, I'll probably be looking for another tool.
yeah, and you'll be like, oh, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Yep. Never fails. It's just like summer car, man.
Except you don't get hit by a train here.
Yeah, I like that part. I like the part, the not getting hit by a train part. Dude, I was gonna say I could have sworn I had him here, but nope, guess not.
It's okay.
Cool. All right.
We'll get back to the brakey part. So,
Yep.
let's see what else we got here.
Thought I had with the wheel on your other truck.
is that that's when the rear diff unwelded itself, it chewed up metal pieces and kept going. The sudden binding, unbinding could have smashed the lugs into the side of their holes and caused the damage pattern you saw on it. Aqualex, I think that's what happened. No one's going to believe me because it's so much easier to, I mean, that looks so much like, you know, that looks so much like loose lugs, but also if anybody that saw that saw what was done to that truck, then yeah, they'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Right, Trekkie? You'll find them right when you're not looking for them. That's always the case, dude. It never fails. Also, no trains. No getting hit by trains. I'd say we could address, you know, let's take the discs off, repack the wheel bearings,
Yeah, I was going to suggest that.
and then fix those stupid threads.
Yes, let's do that before that gets forgotten about.
Yeah, I can't believe that. And we got to torque down the U-bolt nuts.
Yep.
I still can't believe it, dude. I pulled that thing open and went,
When you showed that to me, I was like, ah!
no. Why?
That's bad.
That's not good.
It's not good.
That's not good. I'm not happy. Oh, no. For later, when we get this running, the timing light is in here.
Okay.
Bondo. Nope. Okay. Those are in the abyss. We'll buy those later. All right, let's
Wheel bearing, and we got to get the discs off.
Yep.
And is it just this side?
No, it's both of them.
Both sides need repack.
Yep. So, I mean, the pack is not bad on the other side and on this side, but they've been sitting for 10 years. It'd probably be better to just, you know, repack it, just in case. Let me just get the camera straightened out. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let's see what we got down under here. And yeah, when we have the, not baling wire, but I have drop sealing wire when we go to mock up the brakes.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Yeah. It's nice, dude. Like I said, some people might think that having chat look over your shoulder is a pain in the butt, but dude, it pays off.
It's a big help sometimes.
Oh no, Starship OFT2 June 15th. Oh no. Oh no.
That soon?
Oh no.
Man, they must be working overtime.
Let me mute the mic for a second. I gotta hang on 1 second. Oh my God. That's so bad. Oh no. Dude. It's just an FCC thing, not to worry about it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I would say if the FCC thing is open there, they're probably targeted late June.
No! No! Absolutely not!
What was that?
No!
No what? It's just an FCC filing, lady.
No!
No. I'm over.
Absolutely not! No!
What do you mean no?
How well do you know Elon? Do you think a strategically placed tweet may help out your situation?
Maybe.
Like, hey, you know what? If you could bump that a week or two, you know.
One day is all I ask of that man. One day. And then he pulls this shit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
We are not missing a wedding. We are not missing a rehearsal dinner. We are not missing a family is here and we're having a cookout thing.
Don't worry, it's just an FCC filing. That means it's. It's probably going to be the 3rd, 4th week of June, something like that.
I tell you what, that's awfully quick for the destruction that happened there. They must be really cranking to get that thing
Dude.
ready for that soon.
I mean, you know what the crazy part is? Like, we'll talk about it real quick. The nuts part is that rocket dug out exactly what they needed to dig out to repair the pad. Like,
You know what?
it's not a coincidence.
I wouldn't put it past Elon and be like, you know what? We got to do it anyway.
Yeah, just blow it up.
Just
whatever.
blow it out of there.
That's bullshit. I don't know. That's such bullshit.
I don't know what to tell you, lady.
That's literally bullshit. You're not covering it. If it goes in, like, I am kiboshing that.
All right, that's fair. There will be more. You also need to time yourself out. You've sworn 2 times now.
I don't care. It was well deserved.
All right. Okay.
I ran out here to tell you this.
You know when the door violently opens that there's something coming.
Okay.
All right. No.
I love you.
I love you too.
All right.
No.
Bye.
Bye. No.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Thomas, I know. She, okay. Want to go to Texas in a month? Yeah, no. Okay. All right, so let's get these wheels off. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh man, that was too funny.
Yeah, that's
too funny.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That is the thing. All right, so we'll repack. We'll move to repacking the wheel bearings. Let's. I gotta get the axle grease out and stuff. But yeah, this is about to get messy. Can you go get the shop rags?
Yes, sir.
This is gonna get a little messy. So behind here we have. There's a castle nut. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That we need to get off, but you got to get the cover off here, and you just basically kind of got to wiggle at this thing. This thing slips in and out, but sometimes it's a pain in the butt to get at it. Sometimes you just gotta. Of course, it doesn't want to go. I mean, the easy way to do it is just grab it with channel locks, but you don't. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But see this cover right here? This cover is holding a nut inside of it, and the nut is holding the disc on there. The reason why we need to take this off is because, one, look, the wheel bearing is no good. That shouldn't spin 3 or 4 times. You really just, you want to get enough grease in there to basically where it only spins once. That's a little bit too much, or well, not enough. What probably happened is that the grease liquefies over time, and it basically just leaks out.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to.
Got a little tappy there.
Yeah, we gotta give it a little
tappy.
tap, taparoo. So here, I'm gonna use the wrong tool for the right job here and just.
And sometimes, like, just the wedge of the screwdriver is enough to pop it, pop the edge loose a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have to go crazy with it. It should come off fairly easy once you get it all the way around.
Yep. Just go in here and just, ow. A punch. A punch would probably be a better thing to do instead of the screwdriver. I don't want to break that thing.
Or if you have a small chisel.
Yep.
Why don't have Geek hold the rotor so you're less risk of stabbing with the screwdriver? Well, he has to rotate it, so it still has to go around. You know, it's bad whenever your wife packs a first aid kit in your luggage. You know, because she knows you.
What the? You see what I'm seeing?
You don't have a cotter pin?
Yeah.
Is that the question? Hey, it goes with the bolts.
Dude. What the? Zoom in on this.
Zoom in. You want to zoom on that? Okay, let's get a
Are you
little
kidding
zoomy
me?
action here. What EJ is freaking out about is there's a slot that goes down through that center bolt, and there's supposed to be a cotter pin that goes through there. Basically, if you know, like safety wire on an airplane, it's basically to stop that nut from being able to back out.
Because this whole thing spins.
Yeah, because it's a spinny boy. So yeah, there's no cotter pin there. But hey, the cap held it on. This is why you're doing this, though. Because if you'd have just said, "Oh, it's good,"
Nope.
you would have never known.
Narrator. It wasn't good. All right. I'm okay. Okay. All right. Let's see if I have a wrench big enough to wheel at this thing. This is a one inch wrench here. Let's see if that's good enough. Just to loosen this sucker. Oh. That's not. Oh. Okay. Okay. It's like that. All right. Let's just very carefully. You don't want to damage the threads or anything. There we go. Yep, there's no cotter pin in here. That's lovely. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. So, I'm gonna put down some shop rags here because these parts are packed in grease. There's no cotter pin. Okay. All right, so now this should just, there's the bearing. Now I gotta hit that with brake clean because it fell. You don't, I probably should have put the towels underneath it because that would have been the smart thing to do. And okay. So we should just be able to put the bearing. Oh. What the
It's a little gunky.
Yeah, those are gonna need to be cleaned. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is because I'll be honest, I don't trust none of this no more. Especially with the threads and no cotter pin. I'm gonna look at this and make sure there's no warping on this thing. You wanna make sure that this metal surface right here has etch on it and it's not really scratched too much. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's gonna get scratched a little bit, but Geek, if you want to zoom in on this, there's a little bit where the race. Yeah, that's okay. Let me just. Yeah, it's okay. There's a little bit of scratching on it, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, that just looks like normal wear.
Yep. You want to see if there's any ridges. So like run your fingernail over this thing. If you run your fingernail over it and it kind of catches, if you can stop if you do this and your fingernail stops, that means you need a new spindle. This one's okay. It's not too bad. It needs to be repacked and it also needs a cotter pin in it because what the balls. Let me check the race in here. The races on this look fine. I'm gonna go ahead and just clean this out. They've been sitting. They've been the grease pattern on the inside is basically consistent with something that hasn't moved in a long time. That's all, which is fine. But the fact that there's no cotter pin on it is a little weird. I don't know why. I mean, now I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I wasn't the last one to pack these bearings, but that was over 10 years ago, and I'll just be honest with you. 10 years ago, EJ's kind of an idiot. I mean, you could argue that now EJ is also an idiot, but like the crazy part about this is that when I repacked these wheel bearings, I had people who knew what they were doing watch me. I don't know why, because I didn't trust myself, like I don't know why I would be like, yeah, it's fine. You know, like, that's a little weird. But yeah, so the reason why we took these off is obviously to repack those, but these two bolts, if we look on the back here, these bolts are not long enough. They are grade 8s, which is good because I have replacement bolts, but these bolts catch on this nut right here by maybe 1 or 2 threads. You can stick your finger inside of that nut. And yeah, that's also very dangerous. So we got to undo these two and we got to replace these with a longer bolt. That's not that big of a deal. It's just something that you really should probably fix. Just like, you know, not having a cotter pin. Now, in terms of the Timken, these are Timken bearings, which are really, really nice bearings. They seem to be okay. I'm gonna hit them with brake clean. I'm gonna get all the crap, all the old grease out of it, and then we'll repack them. Yep, these are, let me just see. Yeah, these aren't, they aren't bad. They're just filled with old grease. The grease over time basically liquefies. It loses its greasy consistency if you just let it sit. And it basically will just all leak out, especially if you leave it for 10 years and don't use it, like me. So, dude, no cotter pin. Can you believe that? What the heck? That's just silly. I am really happy I know a lot more about this now. Because, yeah, when I got this truck, I really didn't know what the heck I was doing. Okay, just cleaning all the parts. This thing right here is called a castle nut. If you notice, there's reliefs in it for where you put the cotter pin through. There's also a hole in the thread of the spindle. So when you put the castle nut on, the cotter pin will go through, and then you can clamp it and tie it off. Yeah, this grease is super sticky, which means it's been sitting for a while. Which, once again, that's, yeah, kind of par for the course here. I'm just making sure I clean all this stuff out. You really don't want any gunk in here getting in the grease or anything like that. You don't want any FOD here. I mean, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but I just want grease where grease should be. You don't want dirt and stuff in there because it can screw everything up. It gets jammed up and it can rust stuff, etc., etc. I mean, not that it's going to rust too much with the grease, you know, but
yeah, you want good grease. You want the right consistency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like when I did do this, there's 2 types of grease in here. That's good. Either that or it's really old grease and I didn't bother to clean them. I just repacked them, which also would be a stupid thing to do.
Could have happened.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. The race, I'm looking at the surfaces now. Like here, I'm going to turn it so you can check it out. You following me, camera guy?
I got you.
Slap chop. See, in here, you want to make sure that this is all smooth. You don't want to see any wear marks in there. Wear marks mean that this has been spinning around the spindle. And you don't want that. This needs to stay stationary to that, which is why there's etching on the spindle. It needs to stay still. The part with the roller bearings need to move. And if you don't get that right, this thing starts spinning, you spun the bearing. And if you spin the bearing on the spindle, that's why I'm looking for wear, because that's not ideal. That's really not what you want. Okay. All right. Let me get brake clean and...
You want me to clean them up, and you want to do those bolts?
Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, Geek will grab the bearings, clean those up. Let me put them on a rag.
I just need some brake clean.
Brake clean should be. There's a box of it over
My
there.
favorite. I bought when I was working on the Mini. I literally bought a case of brake clean.
Yep.
I think I have 4 cans left.
Yeah,
of 12.
that's where I have a case. It's behind the drill press.
Yeah.
So Geek will clean these out, and then we'll get the grease to repack them. Show you guys how to repack it. Repacking will also get all the other crap out of there, because these definitely have some crap in them. Here you go. Cool. All right. So what I'm gonna do now is get these bolts fixed up. I have a replacement set of grade 8s. Should be good here. And yeah, before I do that, I'm gonna go check chat real quick.
Over this pan you have on the floor here.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, use one of the oil catch pans or something. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you spill a little bit, I'm gonna mop the floor later.
Yeah, I don't want to
All right.
make a mess of everything.
Will you check the other wheels too now? I've already done the back. I've already done the back wheels, Erudite. The back wheels aren't packed like this. It uses the gear oil. And we do got to replace the gear oil in the back. I got to do that. I have a load of cotter pins, Tessa. Yeah, I have some. Is it stainless? No, that's just all steel. Yeah, Sneaky. I don't know what that's about, dude. I'm not gonna sit here and say that past EJ knew what I was doing. But once again, the stupid part about that is that I had supervision. I had people watching me do that, and I'm like, I know me. I would have asked, is it right? Is it right? Is it right? Yeah, it's right. It's right. Yeah, nope. Cotter pins. Who's the guy with EJ? Plius, that's Geek Nation. He's another Twitch streamer that races with me on Fridays and Saturdays. So, Erudite, what we do need to do is check the other wheel. You got to check that other wheel. That's important. Yeah, Ken, I know. This whole truck is the bane of my existence now, which is why we're basically going through it and we're thrashing. It's gonna be nothing but auto streams Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, and then I need Friday off too. So it's not gonna be a lot of space stuff on this stream this week. I mean, don't get me wrong, we'll still talk about space. Absolutely, it's this stream, but I'm in a crazy thrash and I want to get this done. And this is cool content. It's a little bit of a change of pace. I'm not saying this is gonna be everybody's cup of tea. The numbers will probably suck this week, but it's okay. We'll get back to playing Kerbal next week. All right. Brimo just yelled about space. Huh? Yeah. Boo, space stuff. Just kidding. This stuff is interesting. Yep. Actually, Typhoon is pretty much the same. Not enough time when I was in and out of college. Actually, what kept me from finishing this truck, what kept me from getting it done, is the stream. The stream became my side hustle, and I was mid-restoration on this thing. Well, I say mid-restoration, but there's stuff with cotter pins like not being in, so
Well, that was the other part of the mid.
yeah.
That was the other end.
So yeah, I half-assed a lot of things, man. Not happy about it. When was the last time this truck was on the road, Howls? 2012. 2012, dude. It's been over 10 years. But that neatly coincides with streaming, with when I started streaming, so
A small, like Philip or straight screwdriver, so I can get the gunk out of the.
here, use the toothpicks.
That'll work.
Yep. Did you see that Imola is about to flood? No, I haven't. Do we have an active shopping list? What do you mean, Spoon? We have most everything here except for a line cutting tool to frickin' get this done. So
Oh, we have one. We just can't find it.
yeah, it's somewhere. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fix the bolts on this side, and then we got to do the same thing to the other side too. Things you need to get. Oh, things we need to get after the stream tonight. You know what? That's a good idea to write down. I'll get a piece of cardboard and we'll write that down. Shopping list. Brake. Line. Cutting. Tool. Quit talking to chat and do the other wheel. Shut up, punk. Hi, Brimo. I love you. Please don't kill me.
You had a close encounter once already today.
Yeah, I know. All right, so I'll do the threads on this thing now. No dinner until the truck is done. Well, now it's going to get done fast. All right, so these two top bolts are being held on literally by a thread. We got to fix that. That's no good. I can't turn this thing right now because it's hooked up to the pitman arm, so it's not gonna go very far. So I'm just gonna take these things off and we'll go from there. Nope, not 7/8. 11/16. Nope, not 11/16. 3/4, I think. Maybe 13/16. Primo has an intercom. What? What's up, baby? Who was that with the sub in there? Hey, Minion. And Thursday and Friday, 2 launches. Yep, yeah, I know. Yeah, we got work to do. 11/16. 7/8. 3/4. Okay, I need my 3/4 deep socket. I don't know where that is. Because of course I don't know where that is. Why would I?
AJ,
Yes, sir.
to let you know,
What's up?
got a little bit of some metallic in here.
Yeah, it's probably from those wear marks, dude. What do you think? Think we repack it? Yeah, there's some crap
Yeah,
in
once
there.
you clean the gunk out of it, I think it'll be all right. But
I
just
see
to
it.
let you
There's some
know.
metallic shavings in the bearings.
It may just be normal wear.
Yep. It could be from. There's a lot of metal shaving. There was a lot of metal shavings all over this truck from when I drilled the holes for the IFS when I still wanted to do that. So I let a bunch of metal shavings go everywhere all over that axle because I was like, oh, I don't care.
Right.
You know, little did I know that I would probably need it later. But yeah, I mean, we'll know if the wheel bearing starts to wheel bearing not right. So. All right, guys, I'm just getting the right sockets that I need here. You still have the truck from your big road trip last year? Yep. Geek and I used it to go get brake lines today. Yeah, I drove it around today. I still use it. I drive that truck every day. It is a fantastic piece of equipment. 3/4. I have my T-wrench here, so I'll just use the T-wrench. Yeah, okay, so you guys want to see how much this is in here? Here, I'll show you. So I have it a half turn, right? I turned it already 1/2, so we'll turn it again. Another half, so that's one rotation. 2 rotations. 3 rotations. And it's off. So this bolt was not, it was held in 3 rotations. So this looks like 1/2 13th. 1/2 13, I think, is what the thread is, which means there's 13 threads per inch. So 1 thread is 1 rotation. So we were in 3 threads. So this thing was in less than 1/4 of an inch onto the nylock. Less than 1/4 of an inch. That is death. That will come off. That's like almost guaranteed. That's guaranteed death. See? Look. See how look, you can basically see on the bolt how far it was in if it decides to focus. Like, let me put it to you like this. It was in, so ready? 1. So that's 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. It was in that much. Not good. That's death. You need the bolt to basically come out the top. That is not good. That's not ideal. These bolts aren't long enough. That's
You want like 3 threads coming past the nut.
this should go like up here somewhere. But this thing isn't long enough to do that, which is we were in 3. So that looks to be fine thread. This is 1/2 inch 16th fine thread. So we were 3 turns, so we were 3/16 in on this thing. 3/16 of an inch. Less than 1/4 of an inch. That is death. This will come off. This thing will just boop. It'll come right out. So yeah, we got to replace that. I have new hardware though, so it's all good.
I mean, you wouldn't want your wheel to fall off.
Yeah, no. Who would want that? Only some total dick would want that to happen. Uh-oh. This one doesn't want to go. Penetrating oil. It's penetrating oil time. Where's the Ugga-Duggas? Yeah. Yeah, it's a nylock too. It wasn't even engaged in the nylon Rex. It's not good. Not good. Yeah, that's really how you get killed. It's penetrating time. Yep. Let me get my PB out.
What is your what's your penetrating fluid of choice?
PB Blaster?
PB Blaster? Nice.
Yeah.
I know some people like Croyle and some people like PB and
Yep. I mean, WD-40 works, but yeah, PB is usually my go-to.
Yeah, that's what I use too.
Yeah, that stuff works, man. It does work. I just gotta find it. There it is. On the floor where it belongs. Now, usually you'd let the PB sit a little bit, but I think we should be able to get this. I mean, it's only in by a couple of threads. Shouldn't be too bad. Or I could just headbutt the quarter panel. Oh, man. What the heck? Why is this so...
You know what? I wonder if it's cross-threaded on there.
Dude.
Struggling that much for that many threads.
That's what I'm thinking, man. I'm wondering if we're going to see some metal shavings come out of this thing. We're not cross-threaded, but man, was that thing on there. Yeah, once again, 3 turns. That's how far that was in there. That's it. This is a caliper mount bracket. Lovely. That's great. Yeah, okay. Okay. There's some bits. Who has the bits? Thank you very much for the bits. Now I gotta get some replacement bolts. Rebuild complete. Bam Extreme, thank you for the raid. Maybe this is why they were okay with the other bolt. Yeah. I heard this channel has good screwing, so I came here. Oh, we have the best screwing, dude. I guess I'd better leave for work soon. Ugh. All right, Ewok. Ewok's leaving for work, Geeker.
Be careful, dear.
Yeah. All right, so I have replacement stuff. Let me see. I just went to the hardware store and bought as much of this as I could. I knew it was a big, these are big freaking bolts. So let's see, did I grab the right stuff? I mean, these bolts weren't expensive, and it's always good to have extra hardware. Oh, it's coarse thread versus fine thread. Geek, you think that'll make a difference? Fine thread versus coarse thread?
As long as you have the matching hardware to go with it,
Yeah.
I don't see it being that big of an issue. I would think it would be coarse thread regardless,
Yeah.
because you're putting a lot of torque on that.
Yeah, so
You
I
know.
have, this is 1/4 inch 13, and that's got to be 1/4 inch 24. Or, I mean, 1/2 inch 24, excuse me. Yeah, why would you use fine threads on
I
that?
wouldn't use fine thread on any type of suspension like that you're putting, a lot of stress on.
What the heck? Who did this? This is the kind of stuff I'd like to stream as well. I just don't have a project car or a place to build one. Dude, I started doing these streams in my parents' garage. So, fortunately, we've upgraded. I bought my own house and eventually used the funds from streaming, and me and my fiance used the funds from streaming and her work to buy a house with a sweet freaking garage. So now we can do it. Wow. Do we know who did this? And if you don't say anything to him, I will. Oh, boy. Just buy a house, Fivehead. All right, yeah, I fully understand that takes time, and it's not just like, oh, have you tried just buying a house, Fivehead? Like, I get it. It took a long time to get this. It took a long time. And it took Brimo and I to do it. I didn't just buy this with straight stream funds. I'm not Ninja, man, you know what I mean? Like the rims? Thanks, Bam. Right on. When are you going to build a rocket? Artusis, hold on to that thought. That's all I'm going to say. Hold on to that thought. Hold on to that thought. I have ideas. We just have to implement the ideas, and that's going to take time. Have you tried just being rich? It's much easier. Yeah. Yeah, why would there be fine thread? I don't understand. That's very... Yeah.
The larger
Yeah.
there's not much metal material in it. A lot of that was in the small one, but
Okay.
I think I got it out.
Yeah, cool.
Used almost the whole can for clean, but
Yeah, I can smell
I
it.
just want to get it all. I don't want no metal in there, no shavings.
Yeah, Kelly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what we want to do with rockets, but I have ideas, and we have a shop that's good enough to work on them. So, I'm wondering what the torque spec for this is, because yeah, that's probably out of whack. Like, I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like that's, you know. You know what? I'm gonna take a second here, and I am going to. I'm going to take a second here and see if we can find the manual for this. This is a Performance Online, a POL. See if we can find the manual here. Oh my God, stop talking to chat and work. Be quiet. I need to find the torque specs, man, so we get it right. Disc brake conversion kits. Here we go. 57 to 64 F100. That's the kit right here. Yep, that's definitely my master cylinder. Do we have a manual for this? Oh, frick. Oh, nice, guy. I cooked rocket fuel made mostly from sugar with my friend in high school. We launched many DIY rockets. It was freaking awesome. Nice, Glass. Yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, you can do that. You can make a sugar rocket. That's definitely a thing. The torque specs are make it tight. Give it 3 Ugga Duggas. Brake instruction sheet archives. Now those
Your
looking.
bearings, sir.
Oh yeah, your bearings, sir. Oh yeah, dude, this is nice, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are good, dude. Thank you.
Yep.
Nice and clean. All right, I'll put those down right there. We'll get this all rebuilt here in a moment. Shop manuals on the sidebar. There's a secret starbase under the house. You got something for me? Well, these, yeah, those are not exactly what I'm looking for, Robert. I'm looking for, it was on the first page. All right, back it up. Pontiac, GM, Caddy, E-body Dodge, 57 to 64 Ford brake instructions. Oh, it tells you where the rotors come from. Oh, neat. Oh, it gives you all the part numbers. There's just, hey, there you go. Installing the caliper mounting bracket, the back engine side of the spindle opening towards the rear. Note that there's a left-hand and right-hand bracket. It's 1/2 inch 20, so it is calling for fine threads. Huh.
Strange.
Okay. 1/2 inch 23/4 bolts and lock nuts. Note the heads of these bolts must be positioned inside of the rotor. It's very important to make sure you do it right. Get the bleeder. I don't see anything about torque spec. Must just be make it tight. Yeah, okay. High clamping force situations, DSM, yeah. All right, we might need fine thread to get this right. Okay, cool. Well, all right, if the manual calls for fine thread, we're gonna need fine thread. I think I only have coarse. I don't think I picked up any fine. Yeah, this is all quarter. This is 1/4 inch 13, so it's coarse thread. All right, well, add those to the parts list. I'll return these. I have the receipt. Cool. All right.
Well, you can, well, no, you don't want to put that back together. Other side?
Yeah, we'll get the other side now. It's just gas, whatever. Put that over there where I won't kick that over. What do you think about the Gran Turismo trailer? Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Do you want to
scratch?
do you want to torque those U-bolts while you're under there?
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to get that done. So
That way we don't forget it.
I have to use the crow's feet to torque down those U-bolts. Yeah, I gotta check the shop manual for it, but yeah, we can do that. I'm trying to see if I have any fine thread over here. This is where my extra hardware is. It's on the far side of the shop. Nah, nothing. Okay, so that's calling for 1/2 20. So let me, before we switch gears fully, let me take these and measure the length. This is 2.5. We need 2 1/4. 2 1/4. The frig? Yeah, we need 3 inch. 3 inch So we need 1/2 inch by 23 inch. Let me write that on the parts list. We need 4 1/2 inch by 20 by 3 inch grade 8 bolts. Cool. Geek's got to be dragging Buddy. Didn't sleep. Yeah.
I am fueled by Red Bull today.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So let's. We're gonna torque those. I can check the shop manual for that. I have the manual right in front of me. Position the spring clips in position. 108 to 125. All right, cool. Let me get my torque wrench out. Oh, this only goes to 100. Okay, what about you? That only goes to 75. The back one's
What
called,
is it?
This one only goes to 100.
What's the spec?
108. 108 to 125.
So you go to 100 and
Give it another
give
quarter
it a little.
turn. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. I mean, we're gonna have to recheck them anyway, so. Make it tight. Curtis knows. Curtis knows. All right. Wonder if we can get it to go a little bit past. So that would be 100. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108. We can get to 108. I just doubt we can get to 125, but
Is it 108 and then 125?
yeah, 108 to 125. Yep, that's what it's looking
Yeah,
for.
you're probably gonna need a. You'd probably need a
Bigger torque.
the next size up
Yep.
for that.
More UGA for the Dugga. Yep. All right.
So if I'm fueled by Red Bull today, does that mean I get to screw over Ferrari?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that means you get to screw over everybody. They just pissing everyone off.
Oh, and you got to do that with a crow's foot.
Yep.
Ooh, boy. Watch
Yeah.
your knuckles.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Tighten is this way. Okay. This is like all backwards. It's screwing with my head. You know what? Before we do this, I'll just do this with a. We gotta get them like close. They're not.
If you can get a socket on there,
Yeah.
at least to get some of it, that would definitely help.
Yeah. I think they're too long for the socket, man. So I'm just gonna get them. I'll get them hand tight first.
Yeah.
Hand tight with the wrench. That's yeah. Okay, we're back with that. Cool. So here, I'm gonna try to angle it so you guys can see. So like right here, there's U-bolts, and those U-bolts connect the suspension to the axle. And we need to make sure that these bolts are clamping this down because we don't want the suspension to separate from the axle. Because if it does, we're not going to get very far because that's where the wheels are connected to. So this is another one of those. Maybe, yeah, maybe we should do this. Take the time and do this correctly. All right, those are tight.
That one is gonna suck. All right. I put the shock in there because I didn't think it'd get in the way. It's absolutely getting in the way. I mostly put it back in to make sure I wouldn't lose the parts. Kingpin looks okay though.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I also apologize profusely for the amount of debauchery that's on this truck that you've seen today. It might be traumatic for some. Okay, so if we were doing this way, we need to go that way. I'm just basically trying to tighten these up here. So when we do go to use the torque wrench, we don't have to go very far. Yeah, we'll go get a better torque wrench tomorrow. Okay, where's the crow's foot? So this is a crow's foot attachment right here. Because I can't get a deep socket on there, because the threads are too long, we're gonna have to use this. This is gonna make this a little bit difficult, but at least we can get it to the first torque spec. 108 to 125 means tighten it to 108 first, and then basically wait a second, and then get it to 125 foot-pounds. So let's... That's the wrong way. This sucks.
Yeah, that's a rough situation you got there.
Yeah, this isn't fun. Here, maybe. It's a really weird angle to get at. I've never used these damn things before. I'm almost thinking, go buy another freaking deep socket.
You almost have to just use it like a wrench.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there ain't no ratcheting here. I'm wondering if the crow's foot is gonna give me the right torque reading. You know?
Yeah, it may be a little off because you're not using.
There's some. Well, what would it be, like parasitic loss?
I don't know. Watch the knuckles.
Yeah, right.
Somebody buy EJ a garage lift system. Yeah, I'm sure he would love that.
Love what?
A garage lift system. Someone's asking to buy you a lift.
That would be nice. Why aren't you clicking? Just click.
Click, please. Click by now.
That's my face. Just punched myself in the face again. That's good. You got a nice shot of that?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah. It's funny because like you got a nice like spotlight kind of on your face too. So
Yeah, no, that's great.
that's one for the clips.
This thing really needs all the ugga-duggas.
There's the clicks we want to hear.
Yeah, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just double check it. Come on. Why?
We want the clicks.
Oops. Moved it. I got...
You may want to do the back one.
Yeah, let's do the other side. I'm about to just get the angle grinder and zip these off so we can get at it with a deep socket. This is stupid.
Yeah, that's an option.
That's what chat was suggesting to do the other day. It's not the worst idea. Ow. Or just get a longer deep socket.
Do you ever see those through sockets? I don't know what exactly how they're called, but they're for like long bolts like that actually will go through the ratchet. Yeah. That's pretty. Those are pretty sick. I want to get a set of those.
Yeah. What does chat think? Let me see.
Bandsaw, cleaner cut if you got one. Maybe you should tighten them down in a crisscross. Don't hurt yourself. I'll be okay. You need to watch this. Something that I'm not going to click on.
What is this? You watch this later tonight. Oh, it's a Tim video. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Better cut those before you hurt yourself. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably a good idea.
I mean, really, if you're doing it with the nuts already on, that's not a big deal because you can rethread it if you ever need to take it off. You can rethread the end with the nut that's on there.
I mean, what do you think we should go at it with, an angle grinder or what?
I mean, do you have a handheld bandsaw?
I have a hacksaw.
That'll take a month.
Yep. I do not have a handheld bandsaw.
Then grinder with a cutoff wheel it is.
Oh man, I freaking hate that thing.
I'll do it.
Oh, you want to do it?
I can do it, yeah.
The Sawzall? I have a Sawzall too, yeah. But I don't think I have a metal cutting blade for the Sawzall. All right. Yeah, let's just zip them off. Death wheel time. The wire wheel is on the angle grinder from the last time I used it, so taking that off is a pain. Gotta get the gloves on. Don't need that to go through my hand.
Do you have safety squints, or should I go grab mine?
I have a pair.
Okay. I didn't grab them out of the bag. I have learned from past experiences, when you're using an angle grinder, wear safety glasses.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I had a disc delaminate and part of it got stuck in my knee.
I had a wire, a piece stuck in my eye.
Well, you got me beat.
Yeah. That was not a fun trip to the ER.
You got me beat, homie. I'm amazed you can see.
Well, it was a I guess it was a sliver of metal. It wasn't a wire, but
Here.
yeah, it was not a fun experience. Thank you. Oh, these are just like mine. All right.
All right, so what Geek is going to do, if you guys, I'm going to zoom
How
in.
far up do you want it?
Yeah, here, let me take a look. Basically about an inch off of where the bolt is right now. You want to mark it?
I could probably just try and go as close to the bottom of the
The axle?
the axle.
Yeah, use that as your datum, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it.
There's nothing explosive around here, is there? We're about to shoot some sparks, baby. All right, Geek's gonna grab at this with the angle grinder. I'm getting out of the way because this thing shoots sparks like crazy.
Okay, make sure we got enough blade there. I need some power.
All right. You are powered on, my dude.
All right, here we go.
You want gloves?
I think I'll be all right.
All right, man. Got him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, guys, the wire is starting to fray going to the camera. That's why this thing is all screwed up.
No,
We lost a little bit of signal halfway.
Didn't help that I was laying on it.
Yeah, it's okay. All good.
Hold on, let me get off of that.
All right, so now we should be able to torque those right.
Just watch. It's gonna be hot.
Yeah, yeah. No, he didn't cut the camera's cable. He wrote like he was on it, and I tried to move the camera, and it pulled the wire out.
I was
That's all.
laying on the wire.
It's all good. So what Geek did was cut the bolts down. He cut these down because they were too long. We zipped the end of them off so I can torque these things correctly. So now I don't need the crow's foot, but we have them in case we need them.
Ah, that grinding smell.
Yeah, the smell of burnt metal. It smells delicious.
It's a smell that I have learned to hate. I used to work in a foundry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I that's what my job was basically. It was to grind the castings.
Oh.
And that's all I did all day long was grind. Jeez. And it was, Ewok used to hate when I would come home from work.
Dude, I
because
bet.
it just reeked of grinding dust and.
Yeah, no, that smells terrific. But now I can get at this, and now we can.
Yeah, you don't gotta mess around with the crow's foot. That's
Dude, frick that thing. I used that for about 5 minutes, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, those are one of those last resort tools.
Yeah,
it's like you can't do it any other way. So
it's good that we have them.
Yep, the metal dust in the nose. Yep.
It's quite pungent.
Yeah, you get to You take a shower and you're blowing grinding dust out of your nose for 5 minutes.
I think I'm getting the black lung, Pop. Okay. Back ones are torque. Let me just double check. Sometimes the bolt likes to stretch and then kind of rebound a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, that's way easier than messing with that crow's foot.
No doubt. Okay, let me grab the front. Thanks for zipping those off, dude.
Yep. Dude, I was watching when you were doing Route 154 when you were working on the truck in California, and I'm just like, oh my God, I wish I was there. I could help do this so much easier.
Yeah.
Some of the things I was just like, I want to help.
Dude, one thing that I never said during Route 154 is that I threw my back out in the junkyard and I couldn't do any work. All the work that I did do on that truck, I did with my back locked up.
Oh, jeez.
Yep, never told anybody that. I didn't want to make excuses. I just wanted to get it done.
Hey, you did.
Yeah. Okay. So I had to have Ernock use it, and he's not that experienced with using a metal grinder. So that's why I kind of had to instruct him on how to do some things.
I do remember the one day, yeah, you were kind of just trying to work by proxy.
Yeah, I was hopped up on painkillers that day. That wasn't fun. All right, she's torqued.
All right.
Yes, you did. You said it on stream. If I did, I don't remember doing that. Save the excuses for later. That's right.
All right, well, that's good. So wheel bearing on the other side now?
Yep.
You got to torque the other side too?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, switch this over to the high cam.
Okay.
I gotta find a remote camera solution, dude.
I have the same issue, dude.
Yeah, right.
Moving cameras around in the garage is because you're dragging cords around.
Yep.
And
Pythos, you used many crow's feet in ejection seat maintenance. Did you eject your knuckles too when you use them, like I almost just did, or did you hit yourself in the face? Because I just punched myself in the face like 3 or 4 times.
yeah, crow's feet are that's just asking for
Oh, dude, I hate that.
busted knuckles,
Right.
or, you know.
All right, so the other side, dudes, the threads on the other side, it's the same idea. They're not caught in all the way. We got to make sure that they're caught. So we got to basically take the wheel bearing out. We got to repack it, and we got to put bolts in. So need the DOS camera special. That's right. Robot arm with cam controlled by Brimo from the house. Yeah. Yeah, Electron for sure. All right. Cool. Let's check, make sure that the front cam is good. Boom, shakalaka laka. All right. Let's just, the other thing I'm going to do here is just make sure that we mark this.
Passenger.
Yep. Our right front bearing. You don't want to put the right front bearings on the left front. You always want to match races to races because that's the race that it was manufactured with. Don't mix that stuff. All right, so basically got to do the same thing over here. Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. All right. Dude, can I grab some of the shop rags so we can make a little workstation here? Thank
Thank you. Cool. Thank you, sir. It's much easier with 2 people, man. I'll tell you that. Mother trucker.
No pin?
No pin. Okay. Why is that stuck? That shouldn't be stuck like that. She does not want to move. Here, I'll use the blunt end. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay.
Still stuck?
Yeah, that's not moving. I don't think I have a wrench that big, dude. Unless, yeah, you got the impact. Yeah. Okay.
7 mil.
All right, cool. I gotta get the. I have an electric impact. It's sitting by the workbench where the checklist is. It's a Milwaukee.
Oh, yes.
You know
Yes,
what-
I see you're a man of taste.
Yes. Yeah.
I love my Milwaukee impacts.
Yeah.
I got this one, and then I got the big boy,
Yeah.
and then I got the electric ratchet.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's
man.
So useful.
So good.
There we go. And you know it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land.
It is. That's true.
Yep. I think one of the most interesting aspects of Milwaukee is that it's the only major American city to ever have 3 socialist mayors.
That's very interesting.
Does this guy know how to party or what?
What was his name? Was it Tim or John or something?
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't remember.
I know Alice Cooper knows how to party, though.
Yeah, of course.
No. Stick around. Hang around with us. Yeah.
Is this cool?
Is this cool or not? I can't tell. We're not worthy. We're scum. You know the grease is bad when you pull this off and it looks like baby poop. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not,
it was a little chunky whenever I was
Yeah,
blasting it out of there.
that's not. Yeah, okay. I'm really happy we did this too. All right, geek. You're the grease man. We got a grease man.
We got a grease man.
We got a grease man. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll check chat in a moment, dudes. This is okay. All right. Yeah, past EJ. Good job, man. Not saying very much about my past mechanic work. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
That
I'm
grease is crusty.
I'm willing to admit that. This is not ideal. this is not ideal, man. Oh, that's horrible. Okay. This side is actually, less wear on this side than the other one. All right, so now, once again, same idea. We got to get those 2 out. I'm going to go grab the tools for that. Dun, dun, dun. Hell yeah. We're not worthy. They were scum. We suck. Yeah, dude, our two systems the same way. You got me a gun rack? I don't even own a gun, let alone many guns that would necessitate an entire rack. What am I gonna do with a gun rack? Dude, I only realized in my old age how funny that actually is. That the guy's ex-girlfriend for like 4 months brought him a gun rack 4 months after they broke up on their anniversary. That was funny when I was a kid. That's really funny now.
It really
Like
is.
when you sit there and kind of think about it, you're like, that's awesome. Dude, that's perfect. That's horrible. Yep, okay.
I love the way he played it. He was a gun rack, a gun rack.
Okay.
What am I gonna do with a gun rack?
What are you gonna do with a gun rack? Dude, you realize how freaking stupid.
You don't like it?
Fine.
Fine.
You know, if you're not careful, you're gonna lose me. I lost you 4 months ago. Are you mental? We broke up. Get the net.
Oh man.
That's awesome, dude.
Still holds up.
Dude, so good. So funny, man. Oh my God. I don't even own a gun. Jeez. All right. Well, you know what? I have the impact right here, so I'm just going to use that. Not the right thread.
Need something?
3/4. I need a 3/4 impact, but I only have a metric set in there because my dad has my standard set. So we're gonna have to. I don't know. I mean, we could put a what's 3/4? We could put like a
17 mil?
yeah, it's 17 or 18, somewhere around there. Or I could just break the bolt. I got it. I got it loose. I didn't break it. I broke it loose. Got one.
I mean, I have been known to use a non-impact socket in times of need.
Yep. So once again, that thing was not in there by any means. It was not in there at all. So this thing was in there about that much. See what I'm talking about? No good. That's, yeah, not smart. It's just like the other side, man. Same thing. Get back here, you little schmuck. I'll put a ratchet on this side. This is a weird angle. Whew. Pretty hot in these rhinos. All right. Huh. Well, I'll be a monkey's bare-assed uncle. It does not want to go. That's I'm not sure what to make of that thing. It really doesn't want to do it. Does this thing even free move by itself? Here, let me see if we can get the bolt to even turn. Nope. Well, at least I can take some solace in the fact that thing is like seized.
On there.
Yeah, it's on there. It's definitely.
Well, you had the other side was
Yeah, it was fighting me.
pretty tight too.
Which means these were super tightened to make up for the fact that it's catching by like 3 threads.
You know what? They could have stretched. That
Yeah.
may be why it's so tight.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do a no-no, and I'm gonna get an adapter and use a non-impact socket with the impact.
Happens to the best of us.
Yep. Turn your steering. Yeah. Help. If you can twist the nut, it's less resistance. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this grease is a little crusty.
Yeah. Seen better days.
For a truck that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Unbelievable. Where are my adapters? Oh, nice. I do have short standard impacts. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is it's an impact socket and it's 3/4, but it's a short 3/4. So that'll work. If I can get the thing on the nut.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, dude, that thing is
She's crusty.
Yeah, it's a little crusty. Why won't you do? Oh, there we go. All right, let's see if we can get this thing to spin, dude. Oh, that was easy. The impact wrench made short work of that. The bolt already came off. And the brass fittings came out too. Yeah, man, this thing was only in there about that much. Lovely. All right, just so we don't lose the brass spacer fittings right there, because these 4 bolts are the original mount for where the drum brake was here. Just so we don't lose those, I'm going to probably just put these in here, but we already have these marked that we need. They're 1/2-inch bolts with 20 threads per inch, and these ones are 2 1/4. I'm gonna see if we can find some 3-inch. I mean, even 2 1/2 would be good, but we'll get 3 just to be sure. 3 to 4 threads. 3 to 4 threads into the nut. So 3 to 4 threads into the nut. There's 20 threads per inch. Yeah, less than 1/4 of an inch. 3 rotation. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's yep. All right. That's lovely. Lovely. This is a lovely room of death. Take care now. Bye-bye then. All right, cool. We're getting stuff done. We just got to go grab some parts. Quit talking about my Johnson bar. Well, stop looking at my nuts. I'm going to add an impact driver. I'm super happy you caught that. Aqualex, I didn't see it because I hadn't spent much time underneath the truck, because when I was at my parents' house, I really couldn't get under there too much. Like now it's super easy to get under there because I have plenty of space to work on it, right? And frickin' the second we dropped that axle, I saw it instantly. And the reason why I called it out is because I know you guys saw it too. Like, I knew it was coming, and I'm like, I knew people saw exactly what I was seeing, and I went, oh no. I forgot, dude. I wouldn't say I even forgot. I didn't know that was there. Because I know 24-year-old me. 24-year-old me would have looked at that and said, it's tight, it's fine. Nope. Not 34-year-old me that knows a lot more about mechanical things. Nope. No, Artusis, but that's funny. I used to think you were crazy. Used to think I was crazy? But now you can see my nuts? I like you. What's the air sound? The air sound is Geek over there cleaning the bearings. We're degreasing the bearings and then we're gonna re-grease them. Here, I'll move the camera angle to show you.
Just using some brake clean to blast out the
Yeah, here.
the old grease. This one didn't have the shavings in it either, so it was just the outer from the passenger side.
Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna chalk that one up to no cotter pin and not enough grease.
It seems to spin fine now.
Yeah.
It's all cleaned out. You just clean all the old grease out. You want to make sure you get flip this around so you can see here. You want to make sure you get all the grease from inside where the rollers are.
Yeah.
On the top and the bottom. Try and get all the debris, old grease and everything out of there. And then you'll take grease, you can put it on your hand and kind of wipe it and pack it in, you know, on both ends. And then this goes inside and rolls around.
See, that type of bearing, guys, that's a roller bearing. You can tell because it has basically little metal cylinders on it that roll on the inner race here. The inner race is what Geek's finger is around right there. You can see the roller bearings move around it. This is just another type of bearing. There are bearings that don't have anything here, like the bearings on the crankshaft that they use oil. So the bearings on a crankshaft would just be an inner bearing, and then like the connecting rod, there's just a little piece of metal there in between the two things that move. This is a roller bearing, so you have this outer thing of metal right here, and then you have the little rollers inside of it. Another type of bearing like this is a ball bearing. Ball bearing uses spherical bearings instead of cylindric ones. That's a roller bearing versus a ball bearing. There's all different types of stuff. Now, I know what people are going to ask, like, what's the application for a ball bearing versus a roller bearing? Well, it really depends. Because this is on a spindle, it's basically a glorified axle. The roller bearing makes more sense because that actually, the roller bearing would be stronger than a ball bearing in this application, right? Because
Yeah, you got more surface area.
you get more surface area. So yeah, you'd want a roller bearing there versus a ball bearing.
Yeah, you have needle bearings too, which is basically something similar to this, except the rollers are very small in diameter. More for fine work.
Yep. Chad is saying a Tupperware half full of diesel or some other solvent is super useful. Put one bearing in and shake the snot out of it. That's not a bad idea either. Ewok made it to work.
Okay.
Yeah, Hypersonic. Yeah, Geek is with me. I have Geek Nation here. He is another Twitch streamer. He does auto mechanic streams, and if you've heard his voice before, you probably heard it on the stream before. He races with me in GTA racing and Friday night racing when I do it. I haven't been doing Friday night lately because I have a lot on my plate, including this truck, which is what we're trying to finish so we can get back to doing that kind of stuff.
You usually hear me yelling at Predominant.
Yep. He's a better racer than me? Yeah, well, probably right. Getting all the stuff for camping is expensive. Why did I think it was a great idea to go camping for the 24-hour Nürburgring? That's on you, buddy. Why are the roller bearings on an angle, though? Transmit load. Yeah, it's all about how it's going to carry the load, Micon. So...
See, that's nice and clean in there.
Yeah, that's looking good, man. That bearing's in pretty good condition. Junie. Watch yourself, boy.
You don't want it to look like that.
Yeah, that's no good. All right, hang on. I'm just going to check in the garage. Watch yourself, boy. Watch yourself.
Watch your back.
Whoa, watch your back. Watch your back. Cool. Get the music rekeyed up in the background. He found that BDS stage shocks work really well with my jacked up Dodge Cummins. Yeah, there you go. It's not just wedding shenanigans, Shy. I'm working on some other stuff. It's wedding shenanigans, truck, other projects. Well, not really. Was supposed to film with my team, but they're kind of bankrupt. Would have been nice in the hotel and getting paid. Still want to go, though, so camping it is. Man, whatever. It's not like you're going to be miles from civilization, dude. How's she looking?
I'm just trying to blast that little bit of grease out of there.
There's the air conditioner from my office down there. That's the one that you guys heard in the background for a long time if you watch this stream. Extreme close up. What? Gloves are overrated. It's just brake clean, guys. Brake clean is not the worst thing to get on your hands, okay?
Just dries you out your skin.
Yeah, that ain't degreaser, guys. It's brake clean. Oh, who was that? In there. Hey, Lunchbox. Enhance. Enhance. Yeah, I'm trying, Shy. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Just watch out for man-bear pigs. Yep, yep. Yeah, Junie, I'm kind of with you. Would an ultrasonic cleaner save some time with these bearings? Yeah, probably. If I had one, dude, yeah. I would say, yeah, that probably would do something.
The best thing for doing something like this is a parts cleaner.
Yep. Use an air compressor to clean, hold, and spin. Yep, yep. Yeah, how is he going to get rid of the grime? Yep, yep. So is Geek actually helping, or is he just there to motivate EJ to get the truck done? I will say, yeah, no, Hellfish is probably not wrong. It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It's definitely easier to do this when you have two people, because while the work gets done, I can talk, or while I'm doing the work, Geek can talk. Like, it's kind of cool to go back and forth. It's much easier. Yeah. You get that bolt out yet? Yeah, Geeson, it's out. Yep, yep.
You have somebody to hand tools, move the camera.
Yeah,
you know,
super useful.
It makes it a whole lot easier. We've both experienced this.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you're sitting down or you're laying under the vehicle and you got to do something, or you forgot a tool, or you need another tool.
Yep.
Everything takes 10 times as long when you're by yourself.
Stop talking and work. We're okay. Gives you practice for those NSF streams too. Yeah. There you go. You're not wrong, dude.
All right. I think we are clean.
All right, cool. All right. Let me take some of this stuff off of here. So, Geek, can you...
Nice and free.
Sweet.
Got all the crud out of there.
Let me get you the right camera. Hold on.
Oh, you're good.
All right, you're on that camera.
You got all the old grease and crud out of there, and nice free spin. So now it's good to repack the grease in and put her back together.
Yeah, that's after we go make a parts run.
Yeah. So okay. So I'm guessing we need to cut
Yeah, we need to
cut
zap
them again.
We need to zap those, yeah, so we can
Okay.
torque them. And then I need to add to my parts list 200 foot-pound torque wrench. Cool beans.
You can mark that one if you'd like.
Yeah, will do. All right, we're back up on the high cam.
Okay.
All right, so let me change the camera here. Check to make sure there's nothing flammable down there.
Yeah.
You got safety glasses?
Yep.
Cool. All right, let me switch to the camera and then we'll roll. So Geek is gonna grind the U-bolts off so we can torque them correctly. If you notice, of course I picked the camera angle where you can't see the damn thread. So if you notice, down there, right where he's pointing, there's too much thread and I can't get a torque wrench onto this to tighten the bolts down that hold the axle together. Yeah, see? There's not enough.
Need like an inch at least taken off.
So,
Get the socket the whole way up.
yep, so Geek's gonna zap those things with the angle grinder here and we're gonna watch. All right, man. Whenever you're ready, I got the camera on you. Just got to make sure there's no flammable stuff around because this thing shoots sparks like crazy. Yep, metal shavings. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, contact. Godspeed, sir. Okay.
Give the sparks are gonna shoot the other direction because we're going the other way.
Yep.
I've done it where I'm shooting myself in the face with sparks.
Yeah,
It's not fun.
I had to do that a couple of times, man.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
I'm all with you on the lift front.
Yeah, we're gonna need one of those.
When you're a young buck, crawling on the floor doesn't matter as much.
All right, man. Cool. It looks like a shuttle engine startup. Yep. Yep. A hydrogen purging system. There you go. All right, let me get the torque wrench out. Where did I put that down? There we go. So this thing is still set to 108 foot-pounds, so we can at least get the first stage done. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm gonna get down here. Man, those are toasty.
Yeah, they're a little warm.
So basically we got to make sure that we tighten these bolts. The reason why we zipped some of the thread off is so we could get the deep socket on there. And we want to really tighten these bolts down to, well, whatever the factory specs is. The reason why is this metal that's painted black right here, that needs to stretch and it needs to clamp the leaf spring and the leaf spring holder right there. It needs to clamp it to the correct force to make sure that, you know, it's held together. It's basically held together with the right amount of clamping force. You could probably just tighten it and it's probably not that big of a deal. I mean, this isn't a space shuttle engine, right? But it's always good to do it by the book, especially when it comes to something like suspension. You don't need this coming apart while you're driving down the road. So what I'm gonna do, the manual is calling for 108 to 125 foot-pounds. This wrench can only go to 110, I think, max. So what this is a wrench that's basically designed to, it makes a clicking noise when you have 108 foot-pounds of torque on the bolt. That'll give you the right amount of stretch. So the U-bolt has the right amount of clamping force that's holding the leaf to the axle. It'll basically make a nice clicking noise when we get it right. You guys will hear it. Come on, baby.
We also make electronic.
Make sure that we're set right. Yeah, we're set to 108. These things just weren't really on there. Too far. All right. Let me see if we can get at the other side a little bit. Jeez. Yeah. I think that's what's going on, Aqualex. It is really asking for a lot. Like I'm turning this thing a lot more, so I'll back that one out just a little ways. We'll wait a second for it to cool down. It looks like they're a little far out too, the bolts, so we're gonna just make sure. And I need to make sure we get I gotta get a bigger torque wrench, one that can do a little bit past 100 foot-pounds. Who was that with the resub?
Yildiz Yusuf.
Hey, Yusuf, what's up, man?
Sorry, I must have leaned on my mic pack and turned it off when I was grinding.
Yeah.
It's probably not a bad thing for your ears.
Yeah, right. All right. I'm just gonna get these to where they're close, where I can start to feel them get snug, and then we'll wait a second for them to cool down. Yeah, these were still a little bit loose.
Oh, we're trying, Ewok. Have fun at work.
Okay.
something. I think we're leaking some brake fluid there. Somewhere. Yeah, it's just a little bit of residual. Cool. Alrighty
Sawyer,
then.
the one he has goes to like 110.
Yeah.
He needs the next size up to go to 125.
Exactly. The manual's calling for 125 foot-pounds. This one only goes to 110.
It's a stage torque, so it's 108 for the first torque and then 125 for the second torque. A
Yeah.
lot of head bolts for cylinder heads usually are stage torques, where you'll torque them to one spec across them all and then torque them to a second spec, and then usually there's actually another 90 or 180 degree torque after the second torque spec.
Yep.
So
A drop axle with kingpins. You're a braver man than I. It's not a drop axle, dude. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, it kind of is. That's basically the stock axle. That's what came in this thing. It's just a live front axle. Because truck, baby. No independent suspension on this sucker. I mean, even though we could put one in there, but yeah, we'll wait for that to cool down. But all right, what else do we need to do? Let's move some of this crap off of here. And I'll get the camera back over on this side. We'll see what else we need to bust out.
I'm just gonna set these inside here for right now.
Yep.
Wires.
Oh, of course it gets stuck on the lug. Why wouldn't it? Freaking gremlins, man. The gremlins. The wiring gremlins. All right, let me switch this over. Laughs in degrees of torque. 180 newton meters and 100 newton meters and 100. Do you ever do breakaway torque tracks in helicopters? When you go at the nuts on the rotor head with a torque lower than the tightening torque, trying to undo them. If it clicks first is good. If it unscrews, you have a problem. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that here, but ooh, no input. Yep, this wire is on its last ends here.
There we go.
Yeah, I gotta find a way to hold this so it doesn't keep pulling the wire out of the socket. Okay, so let's take a look. Still gotta weld some motor mounts. Still gotta do the front brake lines, but that's waiting on parts. The ignition wires, well, we gotta wait on that too. We'll wait until after we get it running. Starter motor wiring we can do now. The front brakes, front brake lines, and the front kingpins we can do. We're waiting on parts for that. So, I mean, what else do we have here?
Transmission linkage.
Yeah, the neutral safety switch and the transmission linkage isn't hooked up all the way. The neutral safety switch on my shifter is zonked out, but I have a new one, but we have to take the shifter. We have to take that B&M shifter out. We could do that to get the neutral safety switch to work. Points, cap and rotor. What kind of wire is it? What do you mean? Farm, this doesn't have points in cap and rotor. I have an MSD Pro billet distributor because I have an MSD multiple spark discharge, so that it fires the spark plug 2 times in quick succession. Is Geek a mechanic?
DIY mechanic.
But you said you worked in a foundry, so it's more than DIY mechanic. You have some pretty hard mechanical experience.
Yeah,
there.
I worked in a metal foundry for a while. I worked in a metal foundry for a while doing grinding castings and things like that. But I'm primarily learned mechanics working on race cars. I had started dirt track racing in 2011 and did that for about 6 years. So building race cars, I worked on a team. We had, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We had about 5 or 6 cars at any one time that we all built. So just doing that stuff is kind of where I learned doing mechanics, and then just doing my own stuff. Just kind of learned it on your own. And like somebody was talking about earlier, getting a parts car or not a parts car, a project car. If that's something that you want to do, find a cheap, car that you want to work on, couple $100, even if you have to work on it in your driveway.
Yep.
Just mess around, and eventually you'll learn this, you'll learn that. YouTube is a great tool.
That's taught me a lot, man.
To honestly, I have a 2007 Mini Cooper R56 that I've been working on, and I never worked on a Mini Cooper ever before. So YouTube helped me out a lot with that. YouTube and manuals, you could pretty much learn how to do anything if you have those 2 resources. So if it's something you want to do, it is a lot of fun. It could be really frustrating at times.
Yeah.
But
it's going to test your patience.
Yeah, it definitely will.
It's getting toasty in here.
I was going to say, is it getting warm in here, or is that just my brake cleaning fumes?
No, it's getting warmer in here, man. Yeah. The thermometer's on the toolbox over there. What is it saying?
79.4.
Oh, we're getting up to almost 25C. Nice. Very good. Yeah, I might open the pod bay doors, Hal.
We could probably use a little ventilation.
Yeah, we'll do that. Open up the garage a little ways.
Sunny boy today.
Yeah, it's nice out. That's for sure. It's not much. It is not much.
Not much cooler out there.
No, you're right. We're right in the sunlight. That's
Yeah.
washing out the camera pretty hard, man. Let there be light, and there was light. Surprise! It's hotter outside. Yep. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of ventilation in here, and then we'll go. It's fine. Are you kidding me? It looks like we're going into heaven right here. Go towards the light. Don't go towards the light. Oh, man. All right, so I got to get the neutral safety switch out. We got to take that thing apart, put the new neutral safety switch in, and then the transmission linkage works fine. It's just, it's not cotter pinned off. Seems to be par for the course for the day. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's just a pain in the butt to get that damn linkage out by yourself, because somebody has to be in the cab loosening, the other person has to be under the damn truck tightening. Yeah, it's fun. Hey, Dre, what's going on, man? John Cena, you have an 06 Camry. All the work I've done on it is with common sense, common hand tools, and YouTube. Dude, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not taught that way. Like, I have relatives that work on cars that have taught me, that kind of started me off. But honestly, like, with old cars, yeah, YouTube,
Yeah.
it'll do it. You'll learn. But here's the thing, okay? You know, there's theoreticals, and then there's going and actually getting your hands dirty, okay? So I could sit here and tell you that this truck has disc brakes. I could sit here and tell you that a 69 Mustang has a 429 Cobra Jet in it, you know. And I know what's in the car. I know how the engine works. I can teach it. But that's not working on it, okay? Those are two different things. There's theoretical knowledge, like the book knowledge, and there's actually going and doing it. YouTube will get you into the actually going and doing it. It kind of transcends from book knowledge to actually getting your hands dirty, but it's not. Nothing is ever a good substitute for going and doing it yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, even if you watch on YouTube somebody do a brake job on their car, you'll learn and you'll know what you need to do, but then going and doing it and actually working with your hands, there's no substitute for that. You have to, like, I could sit here and watch Vice Grip all day. Vice Grip Garage is like one of my favorite YouTube channels. And he will teach you pretty damn well. Derek's a fantastic teacher. I don't know the guy, but he's an excellent freaking teacher when it comes to working on old cars. But unless you go out and work on an old car, like, you just have theoretical knowledge. It's just entertainment at that point. You know, you got to go out and you got to wrench if you want to get good at this.
It makes it helps you make sense of it.
Bingo.
When you watch it, it's like, okay, so this is the process. But whenever you see it in person and you do it, you know, after you do it the first time, you'd be like, okay, now I understand why you do this and do that. You know, like you said, there's nothing like doing it yourself, but YouTube and manuals and things of that nature is definitely a good starting place to get you in the right direction.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Disclaimer, don't work on brakes if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Second thing, Sir Low, you're right. Nothing teaches you about the stuck bolts. The closest thing that I've ever seen that teaches you how to really wrench on a car, believe it or not, is my summer car. That game will teach you how to wrench. But still, that's no substitute for going and doing it yourself. All right? You'll be really good at assembling a 1976 Datsun, but that doesn't teach you torque spec. It doesn't teach you about stuck bolts. It doesn't teach you about make sure you get a nut with the thread all the way. Like, there's nothing can replace going and wrenching yourself. You have to do it, especially if you want to learn this stuff.
And I can say from experience, one actual game out there that is really good of teaching you, if you don't have the means to wrench yourself, you don't have a garage or you don't have whatever, there's a game called Wrench.
Yeah.
And you torque bolts in there, you know, it's a very good kind of step-by-step on how to do different things. They've been working on it. The game's actually been out for a while, but they're actually, I think they're kind of remaking the like the story, not the storyline, but the progression system in the game. And kind of changing the how they want the game to function. But if you're into cars or it's something you're interested in, but you're not quite sure that you want to dive head first into something like this, check that game out because it's very cool.
Yep. Getting a cotter pin out of a castle nut. Yeah, Truid, for sure. Yep. Yeah. I know what that. I know. I don't know what that's like.
Not
apparently
forgetting
today.
to put the cotter pin in the castle nut.
Yeah, ridiculous, man. Don't you have to probably set the valve lash in MSC? Yes. You have to set lash. Yep. Have Greek or restart his mic or something. It's funky. It's probably just the cables getting frayed, dude. Just unplug it and plug it back in, or just.
You want to turn it off?
Yeah, turn it off, turn it back on. Yeah, here. All right, I'm gonna close up the garage. We've gotten all the ventilation out now. It's just getting hotter in here.
We got the fumes out. Put it on the side.
Cool beans.
There we go. That should be better. Thank you, Brahma.
She's good, man. She's good. Okay. So yeah, we actually, dude, that's some pretty solid progress here, you know.
Yeah, we didn't get anything finished, but we got a bunch of things started in the right direction.
Exactly.
So
we need that line flaring tool. We need the bolts. We need the torque wrench. That's not too bad. I'm actually gonna jump over here and torque these things. Well, I think they're good. We'll torque them now. See if we can get them right. There we go. Got one.
Oh, heard the click?
Yep.
Yeah, it must have been the heat.
Yeah, I agree.
Good call on that, whoever that was.
That was Aqualux.
Aqualux. Good call on the heat and on the bolts.
Yeah, he's a
Guy's a helicopter mechanic. He's pretty damn good at what he does. And that's high praise coming from me because screw you, Aqualux.
Bree says, I was wrong. It wasn't Geek. Might be the base station.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, these are torquing now. Let me just check that one more time. If you guys hear that click noise, that means the bolt is at the proper stretch, at least for the first stage.
Where's the earth-shattering click?
Where was the click? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering click. Oh my god.
That one just doesn't want to give it up.
No.
There it is.
No, that was me putting the damn thread back on. There it is.
There it is.
Okay. Yeah, it turns out having a bunch of A&Ps watch your stream is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Learning the mechanical stuff, dude. But still, you gotta come out here and actually do it. Okay. Excellent.
Oh, Bree said it was the TV. It wasn't us.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Cool.
All right, those are started. All right, so we'll jump at that neutral safety switch, see if we can actually check something off for the day. Handy for me. I'm picking up the tips that you're getting on top of the tips you provide. Yeah, yeah. So he knows what the Jesus nut is. Yeah, yeah, yep. All right, so part of just being a good steward of your tools is making sure you set this back to 0. You got to 0 out the torque wrench.
Yep. If you leave it basically tightened, there's a spring inside.
Yeah.
And if you don't loosen that spring up, it can mess with the calibration of your torque wrench.
Yep. I did leave this thing at 50 foot-pounds one time, but that was only for like a day or two. Then I got it back, but sweet. To be fair, I'm out of the Navy, so I don't work on them anymore. Yeah, all right. To be fair to who? I would contend to say that that's being unfair to you and doing your work, not doing your work justice. Hook up the old AC at the door blowing in. Yeah, I have an air conditioner in the office. I
don't quite think it will make too much difference.
It's only a 10,000 BTU. It's probably not going to be good enough for the entire
It's
garage.
like 80. It's like over 80 degrees outside. So
And we're in direct sunlight.
yeah.
You stretch my springs, bruh. To be fair to those who are still doing it, but thank you for that. All right, fine. Hey, all right, to be fair to them, you suck. You suck, and you should feel bad. All right, cool beans. Let me move this out of the way, and we'll get at that neutral safety switch.
Probably, I'm sure, easier for you working from the top.
I'll go underneath, dude. You can grab at it from the top.
Well, I mean, is there what you have to do? You have to do from the top, or do you have to do it from the bottom?
Well, we got to take the shifter apart. So there's 4 bolts that go through, and it's a bolt because it's not this thing was never meant for that type of shifter, right? So they're basically drilled holes. So there's a nut on the bottom, bolt on the top. So you have to. I basically need somebody to hold the wrench down there while I undo it, and then we got to take the shifter out. Mm-hmm. And once we take the shifter out, we gotta basically take it apart and replace the neutral safety switch.
Okay. Well, you want to unscrew it from the top?
Yeah, you got.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the bolts are going from the top down to the bottom. So.
All right. Yeah, I'll crawl under.
All right, man. Here, let me get you the.
I just need the right wrench.
Yep. I think. I think they're 1/2-inch bolts. I put them in by myself, dude. They're freaking. Put them in there. It's a pain in the butt to do by yourself, but That was and in
Yeah,
the
I could imagine
in my
trying
parents' freaking garage, man.
trying to
Sucked.
hold inside and tighten outside.
Basically, I put a wrench up at the top, and I had like a weight, so the wrench
Put
would
it-
move up against
yeah,
the weight and kind
yeah.
of go from there.
Yep, I've been there.
There you go.
Like jack it up against something so it can't spin.
Yep. All right. So here, before you jump in there, let me show them what we're doing.
Yep.
So, guys, right there on the shifter, if we can get it to focus. Come on, baby. Right there, there's a mount piece. Right. So right there is a mount, and what the piece that goes in here is called the neutral safety switch. Here it is. So this switch right here is basically a dead man switch. It will only make a connection when the spring is not compressed on the button right here. The button is not compressed. Like, that's when it makes the connection. The reason why is because you do not want this thing, you don't want to start it when it's in drive, because when you start it, it's going to go forward. So the neutral safety switch basically, actually, it only works when the spring is pushed in. When it's pushed out when the shifter is in reverse or drive 2 and 1. There's a little tab right here at the bottom of the shifter.
You're focusing on your elbow.
Yep, sorry. There's a little tab right here at the bottom that's going to push in and out depending on where the spring is. So basically, but in order to get at this thing, we got to take this thing out. Because the pieces to mount the neutral safety switch are inside of here. I have a new neutral safety switch right here. And we basically got to take the shifter linkage out and go from there. And then once we put that back in, this is basically a bypass coming from the ignition. And there's 2 wires for the bypass, right? And basically the truck won't start if the thing is in reverse or in drive. It'll only start if it's in neutral or in park. That's it. And right now it won't start at all because the ignition's not bypassed. It's basically open, so it's not going to do anything if you turn the key. We have to get that all back together. And yeah, in order to mount the new switch, there's nuts that are on the inside of that bracket where the 2 holes are. See those right there and right there, man? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I undid the switch, so there's just 2 nuts kind of dangling around in there. Or they fell out the bottom. I mean, we'll find them either way. They didn't go very far. So we have to take this whole thing out, and then we have to take this apart and remount the switch.
Inside.
So
Yep.
Geek's going to go under there, and he's going to pull that sucker out. I think it's 1/2 inch, but if it's not, you tell me, and I'll get the right tool.
Okay.
And then we also have to make sure that the linkage to the transmission is cotter pinned out so it doesn't, come undone when we're driving. You see it up there?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see here.
Is that working?
Smaller than this.
So 7/16. Got it.
Actually, it would probably be easier for you to unscrew and me just hold it with a wrench because there's not a whole lot of room down here.
Okay. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna go up here. Yeah. Okay. 7/16 is working. So.
Oh, my
Nope,
bad.
all good. I gave you a small wrench. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Cool. We're
Yep,
just gonna
that'll-
grab at this.
That'll
root.
do it.
All right, man. I'm doing the back left.
Yep. Right, driver's side or passenger?
Passenger side.
Yep,
or
go ahead.
passenger side. Yeah. Passenger side back right.
Yep,
Excuse
yep.
me.
Hold on. Yep, we're going. Go ahead.
That same one.
Yep. Keep going. You got about a 1/4 inch sticking out.
I'm doing that, getting at it by hand here.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, that's one. Okay, passenger side front.
Yep, go ahead. Good.
Okay, that one's out. Driver side front.
1 second.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, driver's side rear.
1 second.
Yep.
Good.
Okay. There we go. Do you have the linkage undone from the transmission? Actually, you know what? We might be able to just grab at it like this, but hold on. Let me get down there and.
You got a ton of wire down here that you can pull up through.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me take a look, dude. Just real quick. Oh, I actually mounted this whole sucker up again, huh? Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, see, transmission linkage was. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's two. So there's two 7/16 bolts there from what it looks like. See those two that mount, they pick up on the C4 transmission. Can you loosen those, or do you want me to get the ratchet? Yeah, those two. Couple more bolts, dudes. Want me to give you the ratchet? We just got to get the mount off so we can put it back together. What do you think about Raptor 3.0? That's something, dude. If they can get that to go reliably, that would be pretty sweet. Denny, hey, thanks for the 60 months, dude. I appreciate it. Hey, Sobin, we're working on all different parts of the vehicle today, dude.
It's bigger than this.
So 1/2?
Yeah, probably.
Here, try that.
It's gonna need a wrench
Oh, okay.
because the cable's in the way.
Oh, yeah. All right, cool. You want a small wrench or a big wrench?
A big one if you have it.
Okay. Is it 1/2 or?
I can't tell.
All right, here's
I'm
one.
not good with judging standard size because I work metric on everything.
Yeah, I got you. I haven't checked the vid about Hellion yet, Aqualex. This weekend got nuts for me. I played in a golf tournament yesterday, and yeah, Bree and I did yard work because we're trying to clean the house up, trying to stay on top of it, man. So, dude, I've been nothing but busy, man. The truck's basically in the exact, and my computer for that matter, is basically in the exact configuration that it's been since I logged out on Friday. Like when I logged off. What are the upgrades on Raptor 3? 350 bar chamber pressure, and super heavy will now make what was it, guys? 17 million pounds of thrust because screw you, I guess. I'm not sure why SpaceX is chasing all that extra thrust, dude, but they definitely are. Yeah, 350 bar, 19 million pounds of thrust, just, all right. So they can use fewer engines? Yeah, that might be the case, Jim, yeah. To dig an even bigger hole. Yeah. I mean, once again, that flame trench problem is going to be something to solve, dude. I'll tell you that.
Elon's gonna start a cement company next.
Right. Fewer engines or better engine out capacity, maybe. Yeah. Yep.
This one that's behind the cable is
Yeah, it's a pain in
it's
the
tough.
rear end, I'll say. You see how much room I had in my parents' garage when I did this,
Oh,
man?
dude.
Yeah.
It's
one-man
like
show.
it's probably an entirely different world trying to work on it in here rather than there.
Dude, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, didn't have the most amount of space. But this is, yeah, this is pretty sweet, dudes.
We gotta talk Ewok into letting me get one of these.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, look at how much work we're getting done. This is video evidence of
I
that, dude.
know. Problem is I got 4-car garage. It's just full of cars. Most of them are not mine.
Oh,
They're
jeez.
my father's.
Oh, no. Is that what the Falcon?
The Falcon is a 2000 Toyota Celica GTS,
Hey.
and he has a Corolla that he every day's.
Damn.
Yeah, guys, we're just getting the transmission linkage out here. Almost done.
This is kind of a weird, there's no real good way to get a camera angle of this, dude, so that's why I'm just kind of,
Yeah,
you
it's
guys are kind of stuck on
just
the
2
fact-
bolts taken out a bracket that's behind a transmission
Yep.
wire.
So that's why you guys just see a shot of the seat.
And it's not the most exciting thing to watch
Yep.
because you can only like getting a wrench in there. You can only get like a quarter of a turn at a time.
Yeah. Aqualex, that's actually my theory with the Raptor engines, dude. I think they're stretching them out. They're seeing where their theoretical max is, so
Okay.
they never void them like what they did in on the first test flight.
All right, sir. You can pull her on up. There we go.
Okay. A&M shifter is out. Okay, cool. Can hop out from under if you want. I was gonna say, I'm gonna not shut the door when your fingers are there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, so here's what we're talking about here. So if you notice this, there's a little, that's on the other side. Hang on. So see that little tab right there? So when you're in drive, that tab opens, see? It's in the open position. And then when you put it in park, the tab moves forward. See that? It moves up. It'll go up like that. When you shift it, here, I'm gonna make sure my shadow isn't in the way. When you shift it, watch the tab. The spring will decompress and it'll actually push it down. And when the tab is down, you're basically you're unbolting, well, not unbolting, that's not the right way to say it. You're undoing the connection to the ignition, to the started cable more importantly. So you won't be able to start the thing when you're in the drive or reverse position. So turbo. So this switch, there's a switch right here with a tab on it. You see there's the switch right there, but this one is supposed to have a spring in it. And it absolutely doesn't. See how it gets stuck? That's junk. This is what it's supposed to do. And I'm sure you can hear that nice clickety clack. So this is a B&M replacement, and how this thing goes is basically like that. but you got to mount it with 2 screws. And I took it apart. I took those 2 screws out, and I realized, yeah, you got to take the whole thing apart if you want to replace the neutral safety switch. So we got to undo this sucker, and then the two pieces in there, they're in there somewhere. And then I re-greased this thing too to get it to all work correctly, but we're gonna have to re-grease it again, but that's not a big deal. Okay. We put axle grease on this. I remember when we packed it on stream. So I gotta get the mounting bracket off here. So I always keep track of the hardware here. Bless, thank you. So we don't lose this. Now, how the heck does this thing all go back together? So there should be some mounting bolts in here somewhere, some mounting nuts. They're probably stuck in the grease. These are, yeah, they can go on either side. It's the same bracket. So let's take the shifter nut off here. There's spacers right there. Oh, where'd the nuts go?
Oh, nuts.
Ah, frick. Damn. That's not ideal. I know we hit this with some grease. You just hit it with some axle grease to put this thing back together. There should be nuts to hold it, but they're non-existent. And then there's your linkage. But yeah, we need 2 fine thread small nuts. I probably have some replacements. But yeah, they mount to the back side of this, and then the switch mounts right here. See the 2 holes, and then they're slotted so you can set it.
Mm-hmm.
They probably fell out. Yeah, I mean, they're somewhere in here. They were there when I took the dang switch out, so they're somewhere in the shop. They just fell. Probably in the interior of the truck somewhere, but damn. So yeah, we just gotta find some hardware for this thing. I have a lot of extra hardware over here, so Brimo's family gave it to me. I got a nice inhalation of fun there. I'm just going through the hardware boxes here. I inhaled some grease or something, guys. Yeah, that's why I'm short of breath. I know I have spares around here that'll work. I just gotta find them in this pile of nuts. Nope.
We're on a scavenger hunt, geek. Damn it.
On a frickin' scavenger hunt.
Brimo's grandpa gave me all these hardware things, so I'm not 100% sure what's in here, but
Nope.
come on.
Nope. Nylock. Nope. Frick. You didn't see anything fall out of there when it was
No.
coming out, huh?
Mm-mm.
Damn. Ah, crap. So they were in there when I took them out the other day. SpaceX hires former NASA human spaceflight chief Kathy Leaders. No way. SpaceX is just poaching everybody's human spaceflight. Hey, Vanuel, what's going on?
Nah, I don't see nothing down here.
Yeah, here. Here. Anything? They're really small. No. All right, I'll check up here. Maybe they fell out when I pulled the shifter. Nope.
They gone, man. Sucks.
All right. Well, everything we've freaking done today, I want to do. It's all right. That came out yesterday. Really? Interesting. All right. Well, I mean, SpaceX just taking everybody. They're literally poaching the entirety of NASA's human spaceflight program, which is kind of funny. So that went here like this. This went here. Yeah, no, this went here like that. Yeah, these things would have been in there. See how there's a slot for it, Geek?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Maybe they're stuck in the grease. Nope. Nope. Maybe they're stuck on some parts. Nope. Alright, we're gonna need more hardware for that. I'm a little bit annoyed because last time I took this apart I didn't lose them. But I'm just being an idiot this time around, so that's nice.
Add it to the list.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, we could probably use different hardware if we could find it. Just slightly different. Like a slightly bigger bolt's not going to be that big of a deal. It's just as long as it gets tight, that's kind of what I'm more like about. These look like electrical. They're electrical conduit screws. At least I think they are. Could be in here. Hex head.
Mm-hmm.
Think that'll work?
As long as the head doesn't interfere with
Shifter linkage.
shifter linkage.
I
should
found a
be
box
fine.
full of hex heads, dudes.
As long as you have one long enough, that should be fine.
Yep. Let's see. Let's see if this makes it work. Shopping trip stream when?
Oh, okay. That's it. I thought that was an old list that says brake line cutting tool.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, hey.
Nope.
No.
Oh, look. I had,
Look at that.
yeah, the exact freaking thing. What are the odds of that? See? When I know where it is, man, we can find it and we can make it work. Yeah, we never would have found these. There's no way.
Oh, you put them. Those are the actual nuts.
They're
You put
the
them in there.
I don't
or they're
think-
just the same size.
They're just the same
Oh,
size.
hey,
We
whatever works.
We never would have found those, even if they
Yeah,
fell.
they're pretty teeny.
They're long gone. Okay, so let's get the good switch. So that means, because I have these, that means we can actually knock something off the list.
We can cross something off.
Oh my God! All right, so
Well, it's not together and put back in
Yeah,
yet. Let's
yeah.
let's not
Jump the
get too
gun.
excited.
yeah, it's not jump the gun. So this thing is still properly freaking greased up. So Cohog's own greased up deaf guy. Oh, see you in the theater. So there's a brass fitting that goes through the shifter like this. Okay, see that's in there. Now we got to set up the other. Whoop. Fuck. I heard it fall. I heard it fall. Okay, there we go. It's the same color as the damn rug. That one goes through there like that. And then, yeah. Hungry moment. After work, we can go to dinner too, please. I bet Geek is hungry. Is Geek hungry?
I'm always hungry. Look at me.
Yeah, yeah. Me too, man. It's that Italian households, dude. What do you want?
Yep.
What do you want to do? I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so this piece goes back in here like this. And once again, dudes, this is something you don't really want to mess around with. You want to really take the time and make sure that you do this right. Because if you don't, you know, you go to start the car, if it's in drive, if you're at an auto show or something, start it, things in drive, it goes forward, you could run somebody over.
It's happened to me.
You don't want that to
It's
happen.
actually I've actually been ran over by something that
Really?
jumped into gear.
Oh,
I was at my buddy's house and he was working on his truck, and I was actually standing. There was actually a couple of us. We were standing in front of his truck. It had the hood open. He was working on something, and he had a car trailer that was actually behind us. And he went in to start he was having trouble getting it started, and he went in and hit the key, and the truck jumped into gear and took off. And luckily, it started pushing me backwards, and I knew that the trailer was behind me, so I kind of threw myself back onto the trailer, so I didn't get, cut off at the waist. And
yeah. Yeah, you don't wanna
luckily, just like clipped, some skin on my leg. But that's one thing you always want to check whenever you're
Yeah.
messing with an old car, a manual car. If it doesn't have a safety, you always want to make sure you're in neutral before you hit that key. Cousin, what's up, Pace?
Oh, hello, Gee. So, I don't have a wrench small enough for this, so I'm just going to grab some needle nose on the back end. I mean, we still need to adjust this a little bit, but
gonna get it snug. There we go. Once again, we got to make sure we're in more than just 1/4 turn of the thread. All right, so these are on a slot. Here, let me show you the empty bracket. They're on a slot right there, so you can move and adjust the neutral safety switch. I'm not exactly sure how you're going to do that, though, without... Yeah, see, there we go, and then... Kick butt. Not exactly sure how we're going to shim this out without... I mean, I suppose you can just... The adjustment is to just move it around, I guess. Like, how are you supposed to adjust this thing after you tighten it? I mean...
Yeah.
It's a little strange.
It's probably just kind of get it best it.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
Okay, we're going to give it a couple of ugga-duggas here. All right, so let's see if the switch engages. Yeah, we got to go down with it just a little bit. So let's see if we can just slide it down just a little ways. Oh yeah, you can just press move this thing around. I don't want to bend the tabs. You just got to make sure that the switch engages when you're all the way forward. So right now she's engaged. So that would be reverse. It's open there. Let me just see if we can. That's neutral. She's in the open position. Yep, there we go. So that's neutral. Reverse should be in the open position. Park should be in the closed position. And it's using that spring for the rebound there.
Mm-hmm.
That's neutral. Drive, 2, low. Cool. All right. Excellent, man. It's just, what's up?
Doesn't that have to bolt on the other side?
Yep. Well, we got half of it adjusted.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute.
You forgot. There's some spare parts after you put it back together.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
It's okay.
It's not too bad if you have an extra bolt or something. But
if you have an extra bracket, yeah.
Yeah, usually if you have
wrong.
a bracket, there's probably something missing.
Is it a handbrake? This is the shifter, dude. It's the shifter and the neutral safety switch. This is basically an ignition cutout switch. An ignition cutout switch that basically makes it so you can't start the truck when it's in drive or reverse. It's an automatic transmission. So what I just did was shim this correctly. And yeah, we should probably see if we can, I mean, I don't think it's going to move around too much. I'll probably just give this thing a little bit of a tighten here, see if we can just, I mean, actually, you know what? You know the funny thing is, I'm thinking this is probably the way that you do this, because there's no way to tighten these after you adjust it. So probably putting it together once and then taking it apart and then adjusting it again is probably the right way to do it.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough space in between to get anything in there to hold on to it once it's together.
Yeah. So I probably had to take it apart again anyway, so.
That ain't going anywhere. So now what I gotta do is put the lock washer on there. And put the nut on there. I don't want to tighten that down just yet. Let me get the other one in. Okay, let's give it the Ugga Duggas. That was a lot of Ugga Duggas. Thank you. All right. You missed. I missed too.
I mean, it's on there.
Yeah.
Wait. I see these going all over the floor.
Yeah, good call. No lock washer or Loctite Blue? We could put Loctite on it if you want. I don't think you need it with the lock washer, man, but we can.
With a lock washer, I don't think you need Loctite. It's not something that's going to be having that much, movement in it. I don't think. I think a mechanical lock washer would be plenty.
Okay, third time's a charm, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so how about you make sure you actually line up the bolts first this time, idiot? Well, really? Okay, is that mounted?
That looks better.
All right. Get it up on here so I can see it.
Let it go.
Cool. What am I doing? Is it the heat? Am I stupid? Or? Neutral, on click, park, click. Good.
Yay!
Yeah, all right, yeah, she's good. Cool. All right, now we just got to put it back in. That should be fun.
If you hear any cracks while I'm getting on the floor, yes, that is my joints.
Oh, your glankle.
Okay, so we gotta put those in first.
So we're just, literally, this was just take this out, fix this, reinstall it. And then we're gonna need a small cotter pin to get this off onto the transmission, to get it like secured, just in case, so, all right. Come on. All right. There we go. All right. What do you think? We should get this thing tightened first, or?
Let me get this this bracket remounted.
Yep. Okay.
It's gonna take me a few minutes here.
Okay. Cool.
Saludos desde de México. Qué hermosa nave. ¿Cómo estás, Bite? Make the old man crawl under the truck. Hey, he volunteered to do that.
Yeah.
All right?
Yes, I did.
Dan, you just got home from your dad's funeral. We had a few classic cars join us, but only the ones I could recognize were the 55 Bel Air and a 50s Chevy tow truck of some kind. It was amazing. Oh, man. I'm sorry, Dan. That sucks, dude. That's, dude, I can't even imagine. I hope you're good, brother. You need anything from me, you say, okay? Grande mi Leo. Mucha suerte en sus proyectos, colegas. Bueno. Gracias, amigo.
What's the deal here?
Sí. Es difícil, pero okay. It's being a pain in the butt, man. Is there another chat channel in Spanish? No, the guy, yo sabite, I am Bite, is speaking Spanish, and I have to remember broken Spanish to respond. But he basically said, "Good luck with the project," and I said, "Thank you. It's difficult, but you know, okay." Did you just call geek a perro? No, that would be perra. That's the no word. La perra. La perra is mal. Perro is okay. Bite's probably wondering what the hell's going on at this point. He's like, why is this guy talking about dogs? Why is this guy talking about dogs? What the frick? I'm good, my man, thank you. I could do with a pickup. Like a pick-me-up, or do you want a pickup truck? Because, Dan, I could find you a pickup truck. The problem is getting it over there. I don't know how to do that. All I know is tengo un gato grande en mi pantalones. Yeah, okay, Curtis. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. Okay. The problem would be getting it from the shipping yard to your house. You can't drive. Dude, where's my truck? Where's your truck, dude? 31 meses, Scrub. Gracias, amigo. Vamos. Vamos. 31 meses. Gracias. Ligma? No. Sí. Soy Ligma. Wait, Dan, do you not have your license? Are you kidding me? You don't have a license? Don't. Yeah, this switch was. You guys hear that? This switch was beyond broken. You have a motorcycle license, but not a car one? How are you gonna move your slam van around, dude? Look, hey, all I'm saying is that, dude, we got a 6-foot box back here. That is just enough room for a bike. Just enough. For a singular bike right here, an old cafe racer. Just enough space. That's why these old trucks are cool, because you have just enough space for a bike in the back. Not that I would, but. Did Geek go to the little girl's room? Geek is right there.
I'm under the truck.
He's under the truck. He's tightening a bracket for the transmission linkage because we just fixed the neutral safety switch. I replaced the switch. So I'll explain what's going on. So I have a little switch in my hand here. I can switch it to the front cam to show you. So that's just the camera that's set on my workbench right here. So this was the old neutral safety switch. And what this thing does is basically on a spring, that little button right there, that little button's on a spring. And basically when you shift it into park, there's a latch that closes the button. And that, you have two spots here. This is the positive for the ignition to start, for the starter, okay? So when you turn the key and the switch is in the closed position, right, it'll start. If you have the car in reverse, or in drive, the latch opens. See it open right there? When it's open, it doesn't bridge the connection, and you go to turn the key and nothing will happen. The reason why is you don't want to start the truck when it's in drive or in reverse, because if you start it, fluid coupling will start spinning and you'll go in reverse. It'll start creeping in reverse or in drive. That's a great way to hurt somebody. So this is one of those things that you really need to make sure that you get right. Not in like, this isn't like, oh my God, you've got to do it to be safe. No, this is just being smart. This is not like, oh, it needs to be safe. Like, no. This is something that you want, especially if it's an old project car and you're going to be under the hood of it a lot. You might have moments where you need to start it up and shut it off and start it up and shut it off over and over again. Making sure that this thing works is really key to that. Now, this is the one that was in the truck, and here, I'm just going to bring it close to my mic real quick. That's not the noise it should be making. The spring inside of here is broken, so it doesn't do anything. There's no rebound, so this neutral safety switch is destroyed. It's junk. So I replaced it. I had to take apart the shifter linkage and replace it. Geek is putting it back in now, and then we'll remount it, and then we got to cotter pin the thing to the we got to cotter pin the linkage to the transmission so it doesn't come off. I'll get my small cotter pin set out here.
Okay, we got. Do you want flat and lock washers on all of these?
Is that what was there?
Well, one of them has a flat and a lock, two of them have a lock, and one of them has a flat.
Oh, for the love of God. Let's give them all flat and lock, dude. Why not?
Okay, so we need one lock washer and two flat washers.
All right, let me see if I can find something like that in my army of hardware. How many flats do we need? Two?
Two flat and one lock.
Okay, I have the two flat. Now we need just the locks. Here's two flat.
Okay.
And then I have a cotter pin for the linkage right there too. Does that fit?
I need a light.
Need a light.
How's that?
All right, I'm gonna find another lock washer.
Cotter pin should work. You just have to
Bend it out.
shift the cable to retract it a little bit.
You can move the transmission lever. You can move
Okay.
it to match. Yeah, there you go. Because all you did was just put it in park.
Okay.
Struggling to find a lock washer that's that small. Let's see, let me check my bag of tricks.
cotter pins in.
Cool. Yeah. I gotta find a lock. Digging through old hardware is always a good time. We just need one, right?
Yep.
I mean, I have a 3/8 lock washer over here. That should be good enough. I mean, it's not gonna, or 5/16 right here. That should do it. It's a little bit bigger, but
Yeah, that should be okay.
cool.
And I just need the wrench then.
Okay. 7/16 wrench coming at you on this side.
Thank you.
And you tell me when we need to.
Okay, let's see here. All right, you got all the bolts in already?
Yep.
All right, let me get these started. and
Okay,
then
cool,
I'll
cool.
tell you.
I will keep talking to chat. I think one of the cars might be a matte black 60s Ford console. Cool, cool. DJ making geek do all the B work? Yeah, probably. Does that interrupt the starter solenoid power being in series with the start terminal on the ignition switch? It's the starter solenoid, Synerd. Yeah, that's what it bypasses. How many peanut butter pretzel containers do you have full of hardware? Yes. The truck stock, did it have a straight 6300 with the standard transmission? Farm, this truck has this truck had a 4.8 liter Y block with a 3-speed transmission, manual, 3-speed manual transmission, 3 on the tree. Now it has a 302 with an automatic 3-speed in it. It's a C4 transmission, dude. I want to put a 5-speed in this thing eventually. But this would have came with a 4.8 liter Y block. Did Geek share the brownies? No. Yeah, exactly, Corroded. I want to put I'll put a Mustang drivetrain in it from like a Fox body or something. Which would be pretty freaking cool, dude. Pretty freaking cool. Did you bend the cotter pin, Geek?
Yes.
All right, cool. You good?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold the bolt down, get 2 washers, and then the nut on.
Gotcha. All 4 are held down, dude.
Okay.
You want me to do it?
Nope. I'm good. I'm just moving around.
What does that say, Wolfie? I can't really read it from here. I'm trying to read the chat, but I'm like 10, 15 feet away from the TV. How do people of... What does that say? How do's, people? Hope we're all doing good. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, dude, everything's good, man. We're just slowly ticking off all the problems that this thing has that we're trying, yeah, I'm just trying to fix all of it.
Okay. They're all started.
All right.
So. Get the wrench on it and you can start tightening.
Okie dokie.
Passenger side rear.
Okay, passenger rear coming at you. Tell me when you're ready.
Good.
Good enough.
Passenger front.
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Good.
Okay. There's 4 bolts, guys. We're halfway there now.
All right, driver's side rear.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
And last one.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
Cool. Switch is working. Excellent. All right. We can cross something off the list.
Yay!
Did you roll out the other side? Oh, there he is. Okay. So, neutral safety switch. Done. Sweet. Excellent. Good job, dude. Thank you.
Yeah.
Boom. All right. Made some freaking progress, man. All right, so let's see. What else can we
Got one thing finally crossed off.
Yeah, I know, right? Jeez. Jeepers.
We got like 3 or 4 of these halfway there.
Yeah, front brakes is halfway. Front wheel bearings is halfway. Front brake lines is not even halfway. You can do the starter motor wiring, that's fine. You can belt that one out. Can they see that? Yeah, they can. Good old cardboard checklist. Yeah, we got the Freiburger checklist going. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just so like yeah, obviously we're not I mean we want to get the mechanical stuff done.
Yeah, the alignment stuff won't take long.
Yep. Yep. Sweet. And yeah, I have new carpet. The carpet's on top of the truck. And then I have a new headliner for this. That's all easy peasy work. Okay, so what do you think? We can get at that starter wiring now if we want to belt that one out.
Can.
Cool. All right. Chat, how you guys doing? You guys like this? It's pretty cool, right? I mean, I know it's not like the typical space content that you see on this channel, but, you know, we're doing good. Yeah, hypersonic for sure. We can also cross off geek as a smelly butthole.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yep. All right, cool.
That's been completed.
It's great. All right, cool. Good to know. Hey, Shar, thanks for the prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Real tech stuff's always good. Progress. Yep. And I have an insulated rubber mat over there. We can put that on the floorboards when we get that all sealed up. And yeah, nice. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Geek, it's all good. Enjoy your guest. Yep. When is the test drive stream? Well, that's kind of the reason why we're thrashing it. The next 3 days is just going to be truck streams. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I need off because of wedding stuff, dudes. So Geek and I's schedule actually just kind of crisscrossed. And, you know, he's between work right now. So he has this week off because he starts a new job next Monday. So he was like, I'm free. Let's just slam it together. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm behind on it. So let's do it, you know? So.
And a lot of this stuff it takes 5 times as long to do when you're by yourself. if you have a second set of hands, you can get things done so much easier. Like that shifter thing, like to do that by yourself, the only way I could think to do it is like clamp a pair of vice grips or something on there, and wedge it up against something, and then crawl underneath. And it just takes so much longer to do stuff. You could just get it done so much faster.
Yep.
With two people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that neutral safety switch would have taken me an hour. Easily an hour by myself. It took us 30 minutes. Like, we literally half the time. Shar, hey man, really enjoy the content. Helps along factory shifts pass by faster. Right on. Spoon, we're making good progress on everything. We need to go make a parts run, but we're trying to get as much done as we possibly can before we make a parts run that isn't like cosmetic stuff. So actually, transmission linkage.
Cross it off.
Also, we can cross that off. Hell yeah, man.
Getting there.
Yeah, cool. The linkage is in. That transmission is in, ready to go. My late wife would have been under the truck with you. Nice, nice. Too bad I'm not in your area. I love working on cars. Some of my best memories are with my buddies, being around a torn apart car. Wrenching with your boys is fun.
Man. It's a good
Fun,
time.
dudes. John, any idea when you'll be in Wallops passing through the area? Well, now that this thing's up and running, I mean, we're gonna need to road trip it, so. Sometimes.
You need to test it, you know. So.
Gotta test it somehow, yeah. Yeah. Good to have two brains. Yeah. Yeah, like the 3 times when I put that stupid linkage back together.
You've driven worse across the entire country.
Yeah. 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 Yep. All right, so let's bring them over to the checklist here. Let's go back to checklist cam. All right, so here let me just pull you guys this way. Yep.
Oh no! Lost power again.
That's-
Your cord is not long enough.
Oh, well, that's good.
Here, I'll just hold it.
Cool. All right, so things that are in progress: front brake lines, front brakes, front wheel bearings. The rest of this stuff here is just alignment, and most of this stuff over here is just cosmetic. Starter motor wires, we gotta move those around. The reason why we gotta move those around is because they're basically in the way of the head. So we can do that now and get the Tessa tape out and some electrical tape and some sheathing and belt that one out. Big items are the motor mount. We got to weld the motor mounts in place. They're just kind of free sitting there. I'll explain more about that later. Obviously front brake lines, and yeah, the rest of this is just aligning everything, aligning doors and stuff. But that's another thing. That stuff it's not hard to do. It just takes a while by yourself. Geek and I could probably belt out all of this stuff, all the alignment stuff in a day easily.
Oh, for sure.
Right now, we're basically trying to target mechanical things. Like, we don't need to work on the radio wiring right now. Like, that's something I could do by myself. Like, the stuff that takes 2 dudes, that's what we need to get done.
Yeah, I think we're. I'm gonna try and leave the welding stuff for tomorrow. When I have a little bit more not caffeinated brain power.
Yep.
Because we got some patches to do inside. And that motor mount, I want to make sure that I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to be able to do that stuff right, because that's important. But yeah, I want to make sure that by the time I get out of here, whatever is left, EJ can do on his own without needing to struggle. You know? So
I appreciate
we're gonna
that,
try and get as much to that point as we can.
Let me just move the explosive stuff out of here.
Yeah, no.
Need the acetone. We'll just put that back on the shelf where it belongs. Just kind of noticed that it was just sitting there.
Yeah, it's just tempting us.
Yep. Also, new GM logo is hilarious. We can laugh at it and shame them mercilessly because it's really funny. All right, so let's pain. If when you go to Wallace, let me know. Maybe we can figure something out since I'm right in your path, like 15 minutes off of 95. Yep. It's pronounced Whisper GM. Oh. GM. Oh, GM. Challenging everything. Oh, wait, no, that's EA. And not far off.
All right. Let's tackle that starter motor stuff. So let me switch us off this camera. We'll go to the big cam here, and then we'll get at it. I'll show you. It's what needs to be done is not that crazy. Thank you, sir. This works so much better with 2 people.
I know, right?
Jeez. Actually, the starter is right up in here. Starter solenoid because it's furred. Take that hose clamp off so it doesn't scratch the paint. Okay, so all right. Yep. Okay, so check this out, dudes. We'll move on to the wiring. See all those empty wires right there, or the unsheathed wires? That basically rat's nest the wires. That is for the smaller starter motor. I needed to put a smaller starter in this thing because we needed to put this on there. These block hugger headers do not work with the factory starter. So these wires I needed to put in to make the mini starter work. That mini starter is from a Fox body Mustang because it's designed to. These headers are designed for a Mustang. So we have to basically make them run to the starter solenoid, and we have to make sure they're not hanging out next to this, because this part is going to get pretty damn hot here. This part right here, I'm going to get a little bit toasty. So that's not that big of a deal, dude. We just got to, if you want to undo the starter solenoid, main wire right there, we could get at it from the underside, dude, so chat can see what's going on.
Yeah,
I suppose.
it's probably easy.
Yeah, we get good access from it that way. So Geek's gonna undo those, and I'll get the Tessa tape out so we can wrap them, and we just have to make sure that we have enough slack to make sure that they're not near a heat source. We don't need the wires to the starter melting while the engine is running. That would be not ideal. So we're gonna just button up this thing, and I'm gonna get my wire sheathing tools out. What year engine is that? Sorry, I just got here and haven't seen too many truck streams. This is a 302. It's a Ford 302 from a 79 F100. Yeah, it's got a 302 and a C4 3-speed automatic transmission. Rhino, we're running, what are we running? I have 370 not posi out back. 370s with no posi. All right, so I'm gonna go down here. Is that a good angle? You got a good shot?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go down
Camera
here.
does pretty good with low light.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, the camera does well. We should probably put some light on them so that they can see. Cool. All right, so this wire, this is the main starter. That's the main power wire to the starter. It's going behind the head right now, which is pretty much not what I want. So what I'm gonna do, Geek undid it from the starter solenoid here. The red wire is going where we want. I want this wire to go out and away from the header. Like, we do not want these near each other. This one is kind of going behind the header, and that's kind of my bad. Like, when I put this thing in, it was kind of like that. So I'm gonna have to undo this thing from the starter here. Just gonna have to loosen it, and we'll relocate the wire.
You can't feed the wire back behind?
Yeah, I might be able to. Let me see.
I don't know how much play that has. Probably pretty stiff.
Yeah, it's a stiff wire because it's a big gauge. It carries a lot of power.
carries a lot of power. A lot of power is derived from the lips right here. You know,
Fair enough.
it's got those big old power lips. Okay. Cool. Now, we have a lot of extra slack here with the red. All we need to do is make sure that these wires here go up to the starter solenoid, which is basically right there. We have way too much slack with the red, and basically just the right amount with the black. Okay, so let me loosen up the post here for the red. I'm almost kind of thinking we might need to relocate that solenoid geek because it's really kind of in a spot where it can get thrashed on by the tires, but
I think you'll be okay.
yeah.
I would cut that red wire and put a new
Retrim.
terminal on it
Yeah.
instead of having all that.
Extra slack. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
As long as you have extra ends.
Yeah, of course. I should have plenty. Not should, I know I have a lot of this stuff. So, yeah, geek, show them the end. We got to put another one of these bad
we
boys
gotta.
on there.
It just needs a ring terminal.
Cool.
So just shorten this wire up and put a new ring terminal on there. How big is that post on that other side? Is it the same as this side?
Yeah, for the most
Okay,
part.
So you need the bigger size.
Yeah. I have exactly one. And then I got to get some heat shrink out here too. I'm going to do this right. Hey Nazalik, what's going on? Nodders, ring terminal. Yep. Yeah, so we're just gonna cut this and I'll put a new bit of heat shrink on there. It's the same size, right? Yep, okay, cool. Sweet. Do you have a lighter on you?
I do not.
Cool. All right, we gotta find something to heat this sucker up. I don't think I have a lighter out here. I have the plumbing torch though. That'll do it. A little bit of overkill, but hey, whatever. Let me get my torch.
You did a nice job with the wiring harness out here.
Thanks, man.
I
Yeah.
got sheeting on everything and
Yeah.
it's all tied up nice.
Yeah,
Real good.
just tried to make it as clean as I possibly could, man.
Yeah, looks good.
Did that during the pandemic, dude.
Weren't doing anything else.
Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, freaking ain't right. Electrics is all about where a cable goes. Labeling helps. All of this is labeled Sun Temple for sure. All right, let me get my the wire crimps. Where's my wiring?
I was working on my race car. I built a basically like a control panel for my race car.
Yeah.
I discovered that they make printable heat shrink tubing
Oh, that's cool.
for like label makers,
Yeah,
and man, does that make things nice.
dude, I bet. Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
You just print what it is, and then just put it on and shrink it, and it's labeled right on there. Man, that definitely makes things really nice. And I made it this time when I did it, because I made one before for my old car. This time I made it modular, so it actually has a multi-pin plug in the
Cool.
back of the box, and then multi-pin plug that just plugs. So I can take like the battery cable and battery and ground cable pulls one plug out, and then a multi-pin cable for all of my
that's
gauges
useful.
and everything.
That's
And
cool.
the whole thing comes out. It made it real nice.
Cool. Neat. That's actually sweet, dude. I'd like to do that in this thing. But I think my wire strippers are in the house, so
Okay.
I gotta go grab them. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Eek, you have the controls.
All right.
Be back in a second, dudes.
Yeah, they switch back here. Those printable heat shrinks they're a game changer for me. It makes, whenever you have a lot of wiring in a small place, just keeping everything straight, it definitely helps. So, hello Ewok. Do I drink beer? Sometimes, yeah. Just trying to not get too loopy. I was up pretty early this morning to get a flight up here. So, like I said, we're running on caffeine today. So that's why I don't want to get into to any welding or anything too crazy today. We'll tackle that tomorrow. EJ picked me up with the Mustang. No. The issue keep on kicking down the road rather than solve. Just talk about electric cars and then talk about battery tech. Always standards. Get a range from them. Yeah, Vanguard. I was actually watching a video the other day. They were talking about Toyota made or is making a hydrogen-powered combustion engine. It was a pretty gnarly-looking thing, but I think they talked about it like a month ago or something, but I just heard about it recently, and that's pretty crazy. But I think it. I'm not sure what because they have two hydrogen engines. One needs liquid hydrogen and one needs gaseous hydrogen. I think the new one was gaseous hydrogen, but it actually produces an exhaust sound, which that's pretty cool. Hey RB, you so funny. Yeah, I think hydrogen, in my opinion, hydrogen's the way to go. If we can just get the containment of it figured out, hydrogen fuel cell seems to be the combination that doesn't rely, so much on the grid or charging. Still has some battery, but not as much as a regular EV. Hyundai and Kia are notorious for being easy to steal. They only recently put out a fix to lock the engine if the key is in ignition. Yeah, I heard that there was actually some older, I want to say they were Kias, some older Kias that insurance companies in the United States wouldn't insure anymore because they were so easy to steal. So they stopped insuring them. Older Kias, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty great. There was some kind of immobilizer or something that they weren't putting in the cars for whatever reason. I don't know why they would not do that. But that's what it is. The exploit on the Hyundai and Kia models, the USB plug was only because it was the right fit where it had to go. Wasn't doing any communication. Okay. Huh. Was not expecting a geek appearance on stream. I know, RB, right? It's kind of crazy, huh? Yeah, well, somebody said his name too many times and he appeared. He's like Beetlejuice, you know.
Yeah, I know, I got you.
B Howl shows up too.
Solid aluminum as fuel. Ooh, you know what you can do with an aluminum tube?
What about an aluminum tube full of aluminum fuel? Damn.
Drip water under powdered aluminum and you get aluminum oxide and hydrogen gas on demand. Twice the energy density as a hydrocarbon fuels. That's interesting.
Neat. So how did the cutting of the bolts go? Fine.
Lots of sparks.
Bahowls.
We didn't burn anything down.
What have I missed? Well, we've been going a good while now. What's the uptime? Hold on, let me just take a look.
We've done a lot of things halfway.
Yeah. Oh, about 4.5 hours. Not bad.
We keep
dude,
doing things and then having to be like, oh, you got to go to the store to finish that.
yeah, we got to go grab certain bolts to get this stuff done right, and then, yeah. Let's see. Let me just make sure that we have the right grease. GM and Chrysler on that one. What about this one? Valvoline multi-vehicle. Suitable for Ford M1 C75B. Yeah, okay. This is the blue one is the Ford one. I have axle grease. I just wanted to be sure. Have a shopping list ready? Yep. I mean, dude, we are making solid progress. Like,
We have crossed things off the list.
we've crossed 2 things off the list, and we're working on 3 or 4 other things to cross off the list. So what we'll do right now is I will go and fix these damn wires here. We'll get this done.
Yeah, pretty much, drummer.
Yep. Scrap of cardboard with scrawls. Yep, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Okay. All right, so I need to redo this wiring here just a smidge. I mean, I'd say that getting it the length of the black wire is pretty much right.
Are you going to tie those, like zip tie them to anything? Or are they...
I mean, I'm gonna sheath them like I did everything else.
Okay.
And basically, I'll sheath it all the way up to where they need to split onto the solenoid.
Okay. Yeah, you're good then.
Is this? Yeah, that should be. I mean, I don't think this, like, even if the truck's moving around, I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. So I'll just cut it to the same length as the dark one, as the black wire.
Yeah, because they're going basically to the same place.
Yep.
Anyway, so.
All right, cool. So I'm just gonna get my wire cutters here and snip that. And now we're gonna strip the wires here. This is a 12-gauge wire. And now I have nice copper. Is the that ring connector up here?
I don't see it.
Oh, all right. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Ah. Oh no. We gotta find where we put the damn ring.
Check your pockets.
Check my pockets? No, I wouldn't have put it in my pocket.
No.
I was going and looking for the wrench, so for the wiring thing, so it's got to be over here somewhere. Damn it. Oh. This is annoying. Have you tried turning on and off your eyeballs? So, blinking? It's got to be on the ground, man. I must have put it down.
You had it in your hand.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst part. Damn it. I got it. It's right here. It's on the workbench.
Okay.
Disregard. Yep. All right, I got it. We're good. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go down here, and just to make sure that it's on camera, I'm putting the heat shrink on the wire, and then we're putting the ring connector end on here. And now I'm going to crimp this onto the wire.
It's no fun when you put the heat shrink on first.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I've done that so many times.
Yeah, right. You
Put the connector on and you're like, ah, ha, ha.
Yep.
Well, you know what? Electrical tape will do for this one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let me get the gas here. This is a little bit more than what you should need to get the heat shrink shrink working. But so basically what you got to do is heat up the heat shrink, and as the name implies, if you heat it, it will shrink and basically clamp out the connection. There we go. That's the only source of ignition that I have here. Okay. All right. The only thing left to do here is sheath these wires. I can do it from here if we need to. Might be easier to do this when it's out of the truck. What do you think, man? Think I should just go at it?
As long as it'll fit over the connectors, you can just slide it over.
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about putting the sheath on it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to Tessa tape it. I'm going to wrap the wires first and then put a sheath over it.
I mean, if the nut's easy to get to disconnect it, then go for it.
Yeah, I think I can do it. So what I like to do when I'm wiring is I like to pop this, and then I like to electrical tape this thing together every couple of inches, just so you can, when you go to wrap it, it's that you don't have to worry about the wires going all over the place. So I'm just going to give it a couple wraps of electrical tape here. I'd do it every like 6 inches. Easy peasy. This one doesn't need much because it's not very long.
May 19th, NASA to announce lunar lander partner.
Huh. Is that for, ask if that's, well, they can hear me. Is that for SLD? Who posted that?
Or Trudite?
Erudite.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names, so I'm going to murder all of them.
As long as you do it equally, it's not a big deal.
Oh, yes, I will screw everybody's name up, or at least the pronunciation of it.
All good, man.
Primo says no.
What day was it?
May 19th.
Oh.
May, not June.
So guys, what I'm doing is basically wrapping this in what's called Tessa tape. It's insulative tape to basically protect the wires if they get hot. And it basically, this with the sheathing keeps the moisture away from the wires. You just gotta, it's almost like a cloth sheath for this thing. I do this with all the wires. This makes sure they don't get heated and kind of seals them in.
You see that a lot on factory wiring.
Yep. I wanted to make sure we did this wire harness right. You know what the crazy thing is, dude? If I made this again, I would, there are things that I would do differently. This, dude, I actually don't mind wiring. Wiring is actually kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Doing all the cable management, it's actually a good time. Yeah, I know, I said that. It doesn't seem like it. It's very tedious freaking work. But the payout is that the engine bay doesn't look stupid. Cable management is a thing with cars, just like it's a thing with computers. If you're doing custom work with cars, your cable management is very... People will look and people will notice. So, leave the very ends of the wire open here. But look, now those two wires are now kind of working as one, and they're nice and wrapped, so we don't need to worry about them getting roasted by the header here. This is gonna get really, really hot. That's where all the exhaust gases come out. It gets very toasty. That's important to make sure that you get everything away from those as far as possible. Now, some things you can't really put too far away, like the starter has to be there. That's the only real spot that the starter can go in. But yeah, it's fine. It's there, you know, like with the heat shrink wrap, it should be okay. What I'm doing is I don't want to lose these, so I'm putting some of the suspension bolts just back in loose. Okay, now I gotta get some sheathing for this. Geek, how long do you think that thing is?
2.5, 3 feet.
Okay. Cool.
EJ, is that heat resistant tape basically the same thing as silicone saturated fiberglass braid sleeve?
Yeah,
I've seen that stuff around wires when I took apart a microwave.
It's kind of like that, yeah. I think it's called Tessa tape, and I see it a lot. You see it a lot with factory harnesses, dudes. So I think that's probably what it is.
Like 7:15, Bremo.
What's that?
Bremo asked what time I need dropped off on Friday. I got to see Boston traffic on the way in.
Bro, Geek got
Good
to
thing
see
we
it.
were going the other direction.
Yeah, Geek got. Yeah, I had to freaking go into town with that crap.
Sci-Fi Bradley with a 38-month resub.
Bradley, what's up, buddy? All right. The sheathing, I found one that was suitable. Now I just gotta cut it, and then we'll hook it back up.
Yeah, we were discussing the traffic, comparing the Boston traffic to the Pittsburgh traffic, and it's pretty much the same, except Boston seems to go for a lot farther
Yeah.
and probably more lanes across.
Yeah, Yins don't have as much traffic as we do. How many people are in Pittsburgh?
I couldn't even tell you.
I think Boston is more people.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Nowadays, yeah. Kids don't know. Okay. So, Geek, I'm gonna need you to basically hook these back up on the posts. I'm not sure which one went to which.
Okay, so this goes to here. So hold on, I can grab the nut here.
Yep. And this one goes, the red one was on the back post, right?
Yep.
So what we're doing, guys, is we're connecting the starter wires, power and switch, back to the starter solenoid. The starter solenoid is basically a relay. It's basically a relay that that basically is the on-off switch for the entire car.
Well, how do you want that? You want it that sticking out? You want it down?
Down. Yeah, down is better. Yep.
Okay, tighten that other side.
Okay. Yeah, that, I'm not, should probably lock this before we get it. Yeah, see, now that these wires are going away, they're going away from the header. I'm just gonna bend those tabs just a little bit. Gonna go back and away. I mean, we probably could have made this a little bit shorter, but I didn't feel like crimping the starter wire.
Well, you have a little bit extra there that if you need to take it off or get at the end,
Yep.
you're not struggling to have it exactly as the length that you want
Yeah.
it needs to be. I always like to leave a little bit of extra just for peace of mind's sake whenever if you ever have to take it back apart.
Straight up. Okay. All right. Cool.
Does that mean we can cross something else off?
Yeah.
Hey.
All right. Voltmeter check. I mean, we could try to start it, or we could crank the engine.
Yeah.
There's no ignition. There's no ignition wires in there, so. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just give it I'm just gonna give it a little crank to see if it works. Probably should have done that before we sheathed up the wires, but.
I have faith.
All right. Just.
Make sure it's out of gear.
Yep.
Oh, you got a safety, so.
Yep. All right, here we go. We'll just give it a little bit of a crank here. Ready?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Nothing. Come on, that switch should be... Huh. Let's try now. That's... You know what?
Sounds like you can hear the detent in that.
Yeah. You know what? You know what would help? If I plug the neutral safety switch in, that would probably make a difference.
You know, sometimes when you wire a switch, it helps it work better.
Yeah. Dumbass.
Not all the time, but I mean, it can happen.
I was like, why? I just fixed this. Oh, these plugs don't fit. Ain't
Don't
gonna
fit.
Yeah, ain't gonna fit like that. And I got one on there. There we go.
Ain't gonna fit.
Ain't gonna fit like that. All right, so make sure we're in park. All right, here we go. I'm gonna give it contact. Ready? Nothing. No starter. That's not good. Maybe I blew the neutral safety switch fuse. Crap.
Can you meter from the starter solenoid and
Yeah.
turn the ignition on and test it to see if you're getting
Here.
you're actually getting.
Here, let me get you the meter. I'll start it. You're on 20 volts here. Got it ready?
Hold on a minute.
Yep.
Just give me 1 second here to look.
Take your time.
Okay, so we got power here. Got power there. Okay, turn the ignition to on position.
Ignition's on.
Not getting anything, not getting any power on the other 3 posts.
On any of the 3 posts?
Not, I mean, except the supply, of course, but hold the key in the,
Start?
yeah, on start.
right. Okay, moving to start now.
Go ahead.
I'm holding it in the start position.
Nothing on all the 3 posts.
Think the solenoid kicked the bucket?
No.
Huh. Well, that's good. Okay. Threaten the truck with a hammer. Yeah. Interesting, Sevy, yeah. Where's the solenoid at? Left-hand side. I'm wondering if we're hooked onto the right posts.
Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking that
The mini starter might be hooked up wrong.
because you have supply on this side. Shouldn't the starter wire be on the supply out to the starter be on the other side?
Yeah, maybe. I'd have to look at a wire harness, a wire diagram. Have to go look at that
Because
again.
this is basically hardwired the battery to the starter at this point.
Yeah, is it getting hot? Anything hot in there?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm too tired to
Yeah,
make any
you know what?
sense
We'll
right
cross,
now.
We'll cross the starter motor wires off of the list for now, and we'll maybe add electrical problems later.
I'm just gonna pull that battery terminal off.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so starter motor wiring is sheathed. That's what that was referring to. Okay, that's another thing crossed off of the list. Heavy floods in the area. Doesn't be hot to be cool. Yeah. Oh. All right, so. Okay, we're making pretty good progress, but I think we're at the, I'm pretty sure we're at the point where we need to make a parts run to finish anything else on this list.
Well, let's see here. We need parts for this. This we'll do tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Here, let me get the camera.
Oh yeah.
Let me get the camera. It's all right. Okay, switch us to front cam.
Oh.
And yep.
There we good.
Yeah. It's the HDMI. Hang on,
It's
guys.
probably the jack on the camera
It is.
because it's moving.
Yeah, it's bending all around.
That's the problem with the mini HDMI is the connector is so small that it's
Yeah, I
tough
gotta
to
figure out a way to like zip tie it.
yeah.
I think I'll zip tie it to the handle or something. Keep the thing nice and copacetic. There we go. All right, so what we have left to do on the list is, so ignition wires is there. I wanted to replace them because those wires do have nicks in them. I electrical taped them over.
Spark plug wires.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. We can go get new ignition wires. That's
Yeah.
not a big deal.
That ain't nothing. Front brake lines, we need the cutter, so that'll have to wait for parts. Welding's going to be tomorrow. Passenger floor, that's tomorrow. Alignments, can do it anytime. Let's see here. Passenger door windows.
It's just binding. We just got to shim the window and stuff
Okay.
to make sure it doesn't bind up like what the 97 was doing. It's doing the same thing.
Okay. Do you have the stuff to do that?
What stuff?
Whatever you need to do to shim this, or is it
It's
just
just tightening and loosening stuff to get it
Okay.
right. Yeah.
okay? So we could do that still. Cab corner, that's going to be waiting. Front brake lines, we need parts. Wheel bearings, we got to wait for the bolts.
Yep.
That's got the cab installations. Got to wait for the welding to be done. Radio wiring can wait. Tack wiring, what is that? Just running a wire from the coil.
Pretty much.
So that's not too big of a deal. We can take care of that. Dash harness, cigarette lighter. Looks like the rest of that is kind of
Floor vents.
electrical
And
stuff.
yeah. Floor vents and linkages.
Glove box. What do you need with the glove box?
I just got to put it back in. Just got to put the rest of the hardware back in. It's in there already.
Okay.
Just got to screw it in.
So that can be done.
That's
yet.
easy. Yeah, that's easy stuff.
Headliner.
I have a headliner. It's over there. We just got to put it in.
Okay.
And then we should probably wire the dome light before we do the headliner, but
Right.
that's Thursday's work. Tomorrow's going to be the heavy hitting day.
Driver door window vent.
It's the same kind of stuff, dude. I have replacements I'm not really sure how to take those things out though.
Right.
But I do have replacements, and I have replacement glass.
Oh,
for
it's you're saying about
the smoker's vents. Yeah.
Is that gonna affect anything? Okay.
We don't need to put that on.
Then that's not a concern. Seat belts.
Yeah. I have the old seat belts. We could just put them back in. Like, they're old though.
Yeah.
Should probably get new ones, but we can go to the parts store and get new seat belts. At least I think we can.
So, what we can still do is, let's see, where are we? The passenger window alignment.
Hey, Uncle, how are you? Good evening. Yeah, we got an old truck. We're finishing up an old truck. This is the master checklist. We're in a thrash. We need to get this thing finished by Thursday.
So, let's do the passenger window. Let's get that sorted out.
Okay, let me just make sure that that is what I thought. This thing. Seems to be working just fine. It does have a scratch in it. That glass has tons of scratches. But see the air bubbles and stuff?
Yeah. It's just delamination.
What's that?
Just delaminating.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
Yeah. Functional.
it's working, so.
Hey, cross it off the list.
Yeah. I have, like I said, I have spare glass and stuff for it, but yeah, screw that. Let's do that another day.
That's not something you're worried about before
Yep.
the big day.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
Not concerned. Okay, so let's see what's next.
Time does the parts store close? We got time.
Tack wiring. What do we need for that?
I think the tack is just in there, and none of the wiring is going to anything.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we can pick up on the tack or whatever, but. Yeah, none of it is hooked up.
So you have the wiring there. It just needs hooked to the tack.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's probably what? There's
So
probably two wires coming from tack, a light and tack signal.
I got 4 wires here. We got the ground, we got power, we got signal, and we got light.
Coming from the tack.
Yeah. One of these is, so one of them is power. The other one needs to go into a light relay somehow. I'm not sure why, I'm not sure exactly where the heck these things are going to plug in, but I'm sure we could splice it somewhere. I don't know. I might have even had them plugged in at some point. They all have connectors on them, but that might have been from from the old harness, you know. So we got to find stuff to splice off of them. Yeah.
Well, the light you're gonna probably want to put on your headlight.
Obviously, we could put that on the light
Splice it
controller.
on the headlight. Ground, of course, you can put anywhere. Tack signal you should be getting from your coil.
Yep. Yeah, it's from coil positive, right?
I believe so.
And then ground is just anywhere. You can just ground
ground is anywhere. So you said you had what? Power, ground, signal.
Power, ground, signal, light. We can find.
Power
I mean,
from-
none of the harness.
Okay, so 12 volt constant, and then power to the light, ground, and signal.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
We should get that wired up before we run the thing, though. That's a Thursday thing, dude. I'm getting kind of tired myself, dude. I didn't get much sleep last night.
Okay. The floor vents linkage covers. What did you say?
I have all that in a bag in there. That's you pull the vents and it opens up. There's just
Oh, okay.
That's something I can do.
Okay.
That's a quick thing to do. Just hook it back up. Not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
There's basically butterfly valves that are down by your feet that open and close, and they're tapped into cowl air, and yeah, you could just get wind over your feet.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's up to you.
I'd say,
We crossed off about what 4 at least 4 things, 4
Yeah.
or 5 things.
We'll start. Yeah, the striker needs to be adjusted on that door. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay, let's make a plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a big stream because I know you're losing steam too, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging on here.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, fellas, what we'll do, we're gonna go make the parts run. So we'll get the bolts that we need to put the brakes and the wheel bearings and everything back together. And tomorrow's stream will be really, really long. We'll start really cracking stuff off here. Early start tomorrow? I'd say we'll probably start, yeah, like 11, probably noon time, probably the regular start time, dudes. So, yeah, today was a good day. We got a couple of things done, but we have a lot of stuff crossed off. Or we don't have a lot of stuff crossed off, but we know what we need to cross off a lot of stuff. Tomorrow's going to be the big thrash day. So,
And honestly, after the parts run, there's a couple more things that we're going to cross off,
Yep.
already, that's already started. The front brake lines, we just got to bend and flare those. We need the tool to cut the tubing. We need to get the bolts for the hubs. So there's a couple things here that are in process already.
yep.
That will get crossed off fairly easy.
Yeah, I'm on. So what we're gonna do, guys, is for our master checklist, it's right here. Actually, yeah, we'll go back up here. What we're gonna do, dudes, is we'll spend the rest of the day getting all the parts, and tomorrow will be a nice long stream when we've both gotten a good night's sleep. At least Geek has an excuse, He was on a plane at like 3 in the morning, and he flew here, and got here at 7, and he hasn't slept in like 2 days. So that's why we're running out of steam only after 5 hours. But yeah, we'll get everything we'll need staged tomorrow, and we'll belt out a really long one. See if we can get a good amount of this stuff figured out.
I think tomorrow we're gonna cross off a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
All the welding, the floor stuff, that'll all be done.
Yep.
The brake stuff will all be done.
Yep.
And then pretty much it's alignment, electrical, kind of cleaning up stuff, and then those couple little things: glove box, headliner, seat belts,
Yep.
that kind of stuff.
Cool. All right, we'll get a stage for tomorrow, and tomorrow will be a thrash stream. We're gonna belt out a lot of this stuff. So, fellas, I think we're done for the day. You want to go get some beer?
Yeah.
Beer. Is there Red Bull in the fridge, dude? We've both gone through like a big Red Bull today. Yeah. So yeah, there's a little bit of a shorter stream today, but yeah, we'll have a nice long one tomorrow. Once again, every day this week we're doing truck streams. We're gonna thrash on this thing, and I want this thing to drive out that door. When we're done, it needs to drive out the mother. Leave stuff charging, always. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. And actually, let me get over there. So stand by for loss of signal. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock here, RB. It's 5 o'clock where we are.
It's RB. I mean, you just gotta go with it.
All right. So, and be reliable. Yeah, I will see you guys here. We'll sign out from the garage, and I'll talk to you guys in the office in a second. Okay, we have acquisition of signal from over here in the office. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I will see you guys all tomorrow. It was a little bit shorter on the uptime today, but yeah, tomorrow is going to be a very, 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 very long one. We'll get all this done.
And I will see you guys then. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night. We're going to go grab some food. Oh, I just got here. I'll see you later. Here, you know what? Let's see who we can raid. Let's see who we can drop a raid on. Huh. Not a lot of people on right now. Alright, well, let's go into the Kerbal Space Program directory. Let's see what's going on over there. There's one person playing KSP2? No, that can't be. Alright, what about KSP1? Oh, okay. Well, we'll just let it ride, guys, and I'll talk to you tomorrow then. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.